Good evening. Will the members and our guests please take their seats? This meeting will now come to order. As all members have received a copy of the call for tonight's meeting, the reading of the call will be omitted. Will everyone please rise and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the May budget meeting of the Greenwich Representative Town Meeting. Can you hear me? Can we turn this up, please? Mr. Conway, is it possible to turn this up? Well, I know, but I can't bend over into it all night. You should be able to hear me now. Can we please turn this up? All right, as all members have received a copy of the minutes of our April 8 meeting, the reading of the minutes will be omitted. Are there any proposed corrections to those minutes? Hearing none and absent objection, the minutes as submitted stand adopted upon unanimous consent. All right. Did anyone ask to be recognized at the beginning of this meeting? Okay, so that brings us to the call for tonight's meeting. Yeah, I mean, now that, well, all right, first of all, I came across a story in the Greenwich Time today about a young woman, Lisa Cholnacki, who has a campaign to promote decency, and I thought, oh, how appropriate to celebrate what we do at all of our meetings. You know, you can, no, I'm serious, you can read what happens in other legislative bodies, and we are by far the beacon of how to be decent with one another. And to celebrate that legacy that we have and to congratulate ourselves, I asked if I could get one of the buttons that I saw that she was promoting, and she kindly got this button to me and several others. And so I will make them available to, I only have about 8 of them, but I'll put them up front. Anybody who would like to celebrate decency with me tonight is welcome. So I thank Lisa Cholnacki for that initiative. I also, before we get into the first item, I will talk about item number 3, which is the annual budget for next year. And I sent around a memorandum discussing what our procedure would be as we go through that budget. And the very first item of importance is to realize what the operative document is tonight. And that is the budget book that the Finance Department sent to all of us around the end of March. There are extra copies up here. I want to thank Roland Geiger and Peter Minarski for making these available to us tonight. So if anyone needs one of these, please come forward and pick one up. When we get to the budget, we are going to go page by page through the line items, and hopefully everyone read the memorandum and is generally familiar. I'll repeat it again when we get to item 3. I will note and thank our moderator pro tem for preparing sign-up sheets for the anticipated motions to reduce or eliminate line items tonight. If you want to speak on those motions, please put your name on the list. They are color-coded. The subject matter is clearly stated at the top. Please print your name clearly. And there are sign-up sheets outside or up here at the front. It'll be a while before we get to going through the budget page by page because we will hear all the committee reports before that. All right, so I will summarize that when we get to item 3. Let's take care of our first 2 procedural items tonight. Item number 1, Doug Wells, and we have that resolution. Doug Wells, Chair of our Legislative and Rules Committee.
Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, item 1 is something we do every budget meeting. If we don't finish our business by midnight, this resolution provides that we will return here tomorrow night at 8 p.m. It is as it appears in the call.
Thank you. And that being offered on behalf of our Legislative and Rules Committee, it does not require a second. All those in favor of adjourning by 12 o'clock, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. That motion has carried. All right, as we all know, if we approach that adjournment hour and we think we have less than, half an hour or so remaining, we can always extend the time, as we did last year. All right, item 2 now comes before us. Mr. Wells.
This is a resolution to limit the time that the committees get to speak on their items, and also is a motion to limit debate. It is as it appears in the call.
Thank you. Again, that is now before us, having been offered by one of our committees. All those in favor of limiting debate as specified in this motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. All right, item number 3 now comes before us. I will momentarily recognize Jill Oberlander, Chair of the BET, to present her budget message, and she will then move the budget for the next fiscal year. We will then hear committee reports, those being subject to 7- and 10-minute limits. I will then call for any general comments that anyone cares to make directed to the budget as a whole. Following that, we will then go through the budget book page by page by major object codes. And it will be my intention, if someone has a motion to offer, procedurally, since the main motion, this is a parliamentary procedure issue, item 3 is now what is considered to be a main motion. And any effort to change the numbers as proposed by the BET will be considered a motion to amend. We don't, our practice is not to take secondary amendments, which is a motion to amend, a motion to amend. But everyone will have an opportunity to have whatever change they want acted on by the body. For example, in the memo, I say if the line item was $100 appropriation and someone moved to reduce it to $40, we would then dispose of that before I would consider any other amendment. Someone else might instead want to only reduce it to $70. We'd have to await the disposition of the first motion to reduce to 40. If that was adopted by majority vote, we could then entertain the motion to put it back to $70. That doesn't violate the limitation on us, which is we cannot increase any appropriation beyond the amount recommended by the BET. So if the $100 was the recommended amount, we can play with it below that number. We could not go above $100. And as you know, we do have a limit. Anyone proposing a reduction would have 10 minutes to present their argument, and the appropriate town department head would have 10 minutes to oppose that. And everyone else would be limited to 3 minutes. Once we finish going through the line items, and that would be on page 23, Harbor Management Commission would be the last item. What then follows are the budget resolutions, and we can make changes to that. We'll then consider any proposed changes to the language of the budget resolutions. Once we have finished that, we would then take a vote on the budget as a whole, item 3, as amended. The charter requires that we adopt a budget by May 15th, that is Wednesday. If, for example, there was a majority no vote on item number 3 tonight, the budget would have failed in the RTM. We would not have adopted a budget. And the charter provides if we did not then reconvene by May 15th, the budget proposed by the BET would take effect. So it's incumbent upon us, if we want to make changes, not to make a wholesale objection by voting no at the end, but to making changes as we go through it, and then approving a budget tonight, or at some point before May 15th. So that is our procedure tonight. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to raise a point of information, and I'll be happy to answer. All right, so item 3 now comes before us. Jill Oberlander, Chair of the Budget, the Board of Estimate and Taxation.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator and members of the RTM. It is an honor and a privilege to appear before you to present the BET's recommended budget for fiscal year 2019-20. RTM members have all received my budget message, but for the benefit of the public, I'll just highlight some key points. As presented, this budget reflects expenditures of $444,198,069, which includes the general fund budget, including fixed charges and a capital tax levy. This is an increase of $18.3 million, or 4.3%, over the budget adopted by the RTM last May. Fixed charges increased by $9.8 million, or 10.02%, largely due to a $4.66 million increase in healthcare costs, a $2.58 million increase in the required pension contribution, a $2 million replenishment of the risk fund, and a $1 million increase in insurance premium costs. As presented, this budget has capital project spending of $51.7 million, debt repayments of $44.1 million, and a $1.35 million contribution to the Sewer Improvement Fund. The BET proposes to pay for capital expenses with $53.85 million in cash and $43.3 million through debt obligations. This budget maintains valued town services at the community desired levels and provides a responsible capital investment plan. It continues support of high-quality schools within Board of Ed established class-size guidelines, performs state-of-good repair investment and necessary improvements in town and school infrastructure, and funds important planning and risk management initiatives. The budget, as presented, projects a 2.98% increase in the real property mill rate, and it marks the 18th consecutive year for which the rate of increase in the mill rate was 3.5% or less. There are a couple of highlights from this year's budget discussions that I want to call your attention to. The first is townwide fire services. This budget includes a number of initiatives related to townwide fire services. In addition to the renovation project of the Round Hill Volunteer Firehouse, there are 2 projects intended to advance the principles of the SOMER adopted by the RTM last fall. The sense of the meeting resolution called for the Office of the First Selectman and the BET to evaluate fire protection services in the northwest section of Greenwich, including whether a new firehouse is needed and what the likely capital cost for land acquisition and construction would be. To address this request, the Office of the First Selectman included a $100,000 capital project to perform property due diligence. To address questions about townwide fire response, the BET added money to the Finance Department's consulting budget for a fire study under the control of the Finance Department and the BET. The vote at the BET was for these 2 projects to proceed simultaneously during the next fiscal year, and not for the fire services study to supplant the property due diligence. I also want to reference capital project process review. Fiscal 2019 was marked by a series of unanticipated interim requests for Board of Education capital projects. An outgrowth of these interims was a coordinated effort by the BET and the Board of Education to address capital project management. The BET added funds to the Finance Department fiscal 2020 budget to extend this initiative to town departments and to acquire project management software for both the town and the Greenwich Public Schools. There are also other coordinated consultant review projects. The BET, as financial stewards for the whole town, has the ability to work across departments and boards, and we have identified other areas where a coordinated review or response would be beneficial, including cybersecurity and invoice processing. And so we added funds to the Finance Department budget to accomplish these tasks and address these areas. This budget also includes an appropriation of $3.9 million to advance Phase 1 of the Cardinal Stadium project and allow for the feasibility design for future phases to progress. The BET imposed conditions on this project to ensure that required land use approvals are obtained and that there would be coordination among the Board of Education and the involved community on the bleacher design and utilization. There are also other school major infrastructure and capital projects included in this budget. Fiscal 20 represents the first year that the Board of Ed is advancing projects identified on its master facilities plan. Planning funds are included to start design work for the renovation of Julian Curtis School and entry improvements at Greenwich High School. This budget also includes appropriations for technology, infrastructure, digital learning, completion of the locker room renovations, and other necessary maintenance and equipment replacements, such as HVAC. The budget also reflects increased insurance costs and the risk fund replenishment, as discussed before, and also includes money for the pension fund contributions. Okay, turning back. The fiscal 20 budget reflects attentive budgeting by town managers and the Greenwich Public School administrators. This evening marks the culmination of hundreds of hours spent by dedicated employees developing, explaining, and often defending their departments, programs, and service levels. I'd like to thank Mr. Tessie, Mr. Mayo, and the efforts of their directors and staff throughout this process. This budget has also been seriously debated by members of the BET, Board of Education, and other town boards and commissions, all of whom encourage and enforce fiscal discipline in operations. And now the participation of RTM members and other community partners year-round has allowed for better communication and collaboration across the board. I want to take the opportunity to thank the RTM members who have committed so much time and energy to understanding the budget process and for their efforts to educate colleagues and neighbors. As a result of this entire process, the town is more informed and better able to move forward with confidence in voting for this budget. Please continue to join us as we begin to discuss the fiscal challenges that we can expect in the upcoming year. These challenges include capital spending growth, including planned infrastructure improvements and a community discussion on necessary investments in our schools, the impact on Greenwich from state budget discussions, environmental remediation, and opportunities for cost-saving initiatives and best practices for governance and risk management. These challenges will be on top of the general cost of doing business, salaries, insurance, risk funds, and equipment acquisitions. Finally, no budget message would be complete without a call-out and thanks to Comptroller Peter Minarski and Budget Director Roland Geiger and the staff of the Town Finance Department who support each one of us in this effort year-round. Thank you. And now, I'd like to move the resolution as presented in the call. Oh, I have to hand you the...
Thank you very much. All right. I will now invite our committee chairs to come forward, whatever order you'd like, or we could proceed in alphabetical order to present your committee reports. Lucia Jansen, would you like to begin? Chair of the Budget Overview Committee.
Thank you. Good evening. I would like to begin by thanking the First Selectman, Board of Ed, School Administration, the BET, the Town Finance Department, and to you, my RTM colleagues, with the fiscal year 2019-20 budget. As so many of you know and attended, a couple of weeks ago, the BOC held its third annual budget workshop. We are so proud and pleased that every year we have greater turnout and such positive feedback. We do it because we think a speech, minutes before the budget vote, is simply not enough time to provide meaningful information of the budget milestones of the fiscal year, as well as the outlook of economic conditions and historical trends to likely continue going forward. Tonight, you, the RTM, will be authorizing over $559 million in appropriations, including the general fund, capital expenditures, and our revolving funds, such as the Nathaniel Witherall and sewer funds. I will quickly summarize our overall theme with the fiscal year 20 budget workshop. As indicated earlier, the town's spending levels out of the general fund remain high, increasing 4.3% over last fiscal year's budget. In fact, operating spending is increasing at more than double the rate of inflation. Over only 2 years, our spending increase has exceeded inflation by $17 million per year. The BOC remains cautious with the economic outlook. In fiscal year 2020, we will have a property revaluation that is mandated by law every 5 years. This will very likely result in shifting tax burden that will be impactful to many of you and our resident constituents tonight. We have seen in our neighboring community, New Canaan, a 7% drop in their grand list, or over $550 million lost in property value. The overall economic picture points to pressure on the state and local tax revenue, and at the same time, new costs, such as the teacher pension allocation, expected to be $1.3 million in 2019 and to double to $2.7 million in 2020. Our state grants have dropped from $9.7 million in 2015 to $224,000 in 2020. The town currently has over $100 million in unfinished projects, capital projects. We are adding $61.3 million in fiscal year 20 proposed. Thus, we will have $162.1 million in the pipeline. Some of the new capital projects include kicking off $21.1 million of the first of the Board of Ed's $750 million in infrastructure master plan construction, as well as town projects, the Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, the Hamel Rink facility improvements. Unfortunately, we did not see, once again, the permanent structural cost savings or programs or innovations that would draw down the cost curve. Repeatedly, the BET has expressed in its budget guidelines for transformative, repeatable cost-saving ideas. It is simply an imperative that in order to maintain the same level of town services, that greater productivity is needed in the town and Board of Ed workforce. That is, more needs to be done with the same or less in personnel. Given the economic pressures on tax revenue, both at the state and local levels, we simply are dealing with different economic conditions. Greenwich, for decades, has had a grand list that was growing in the double digits. We have yet to rebound to 2008 levels. At the same time, we see health costs increasing back to historic levels, pension contribution high, and other fixed costs taking a greater share of town spending. Without these candid conversations and spending continuing to far outpace inflation, we will have unsustainable tax burdens to growing young families to senior citizens. Of course, we are a premier destination with resident expectations very high. It is us here in this room tonight that should be pressing for strategic long-term planning on exactly what the town considers core services and what are the nice-to-haves and what are the must-haves. Also, we believe a rigorous prioritization of our infrastructure projects so that we address those that are truly urgent first. If you did not make our workshop, please know that all the materials are on the RTM's website, and if that is difficult for you to find, please email me and I'll be happy to send it. Thank you.
Thank you. Arlene Lamazzo with the Public Works Committee report.
Mr. Moderator, members, and guests. The Public Works Committee met on May 6th to discuss the 2020 proposal. Department of Public Works was represented by Commissioner A.V. Siebert, Deputy Commissioner Jim Michael, Joseph Roberto of Highway, Streets, and Bridges, Alan Manelli of Building Construction and Maintenance, Rick Feminella, Sewer and Wastewater Treatment, and Bill McCormick, who is in charge of finance for the department. From the BET, we had Mike Mason assisting us, and we had guests Rick Crowell, formerly an RTM member from District 8, and Abby Lange, from RTM member from, I believe, District 9. We spoke briefly about the department's operating budget. We noted that last year, DPW operated with no increase, in fact, a negative of minus 2.3%. And that in this budget, although it is higher than last year, it is well below our guidelines because it came in at 0.03%. We're talking about less than 1%. The total budget for the department is $21,092,601. We acknowledge that DPW is unique in that its operating budgets reflect very tight results. The staff is static at 123 full-time employees. Therefore, we did not spend any time beyond this on the budget, on the operating budget. We moved, of course, to the capital, which is our prime focus. Line 960, Greenwich Avenue repaving project. The last budget allocated $500,000 for a start in preliminary design, which should be completed within the next 5 months. The current budget request of $500,000 would be used for video inspection of the underground sewers and stormwater pipes, a survey of the commercial businesses for their input, and planning and zoning approval is not going to be necessary for any changes we make underground. In line 962, we discussed the Davis Avenue Bridge replacement, at some length, I might add. We began our discussion with a presentation by Mr. Krell, who opposes this project. He urged the department to change the present design to be more in keeping with the aesthetics and the historical nature of Bruce Park, which is where this bridge is going to be replaced. He distributed a 4-page document with photos to show what the bridge would look like from the rear, to indicate a structure that had struts of steel. He added that the DPW did not follow town process. His specific objection was that municipal improvement had not been done, nor had there been public meetings. At that point, we thanked him for his views. Further discussion by the committee centered around details such as the deteriorating condition of the actual bridge, which is really a roadway, which would have to be widened to 12 feet in order to accommodate the utility lines that have to be attached to it, underneath it. This project required years of back and forth discussions between the State Department of Environmental and Energy Protection, known as DEEP, the town, the state's Utility Siting Council, which has regulating authority. The town must accommodate the requests and plans involved in dealing with each of these entities. If the bridge were widened to 12 feet, there would be no need for the newly proposed pedestrian bridge, but both the state DEP and the Siting Council rejected that idea. When all was said and done, the project before you tonight is the result of negotiations with all of these parties, sort of compromise. The bridge replacement will be what is called a drop-in design. It means it would be assembled off-site, delivered to us to install in place, with DPW and its staff doing all the finishing aspects once it is installed. The method was used successfully when they replaced a bridge at Palmer Hill Road in the vicinity of Valley Road. The pedestrian bridge would be built as a separate structure, which would be a flat surface for walking across, allowing pedestrians to have a 360-degree view of the pond. Underneath this bridge, there would be 6 sections pipes carrying 6 transmission electric cables. That would be for Eversource. There would also be water pipes and gas pipes installed along with those electric pipes. The deciding council has jurisdiction over these installations, and we must remember that they can override all the other entities, including the town. Although no MI approval is necessary, the DPW will hold public information meetings. There will be one when the engineering design work is 30% complete, and that meeting will take place on June 6th at 7 p.m. in the Mazza Room, Town Hall. An additional meeting will be held when the engineering design work is 90% complete. The project will go out to bid in late fall or winter, and the construction will be in February or March of 2020. This $4.2 million project is currently approved for 100% payment by the state, which would be paid up front,
1 minute remaining.
which is unusual. Motion made and approved. The motion made and approved was to delete the entire $4.2 million. The vote for that was 3 in favor of the deletion, 9 opposed to that deletion. Those who voted for the deletion decided the bridge was 180 feet and it was too long. The materials used would be unsightly, unattractive. The unused portion of the design appropriation hadn't been spent. Those opposed to the deletion cited need to move forward now that the parties have an agreement, avoiding citing council's ability to do whatever it wants. I'm sorry, did you say I had a
10
limit?
seconds.
10 seconds? Oh, no. Okay, we moved to line 956, the Northwest Fire Station. There was a motion to delete the $100,000. The vote was 7 in favor of the deletion, 5 opposed.
Thank you.
I have a long list here, more to say, but I guess I can't.
Well, I
Thank
got
you.
40 speakers lined up for the firehouse, so. Jennifer Freitag, Vice Chair of our Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. Your Education Committee met on Monday, May 6th, and all 12 districts were represented. We considered all of the operating budget and capital items for the Board of Education, the Greenwich Library, the Perrott Memorial Library, and the Bruce Museum. We also considered items in the budgets for the Department of Parks and Recreation, the Department of Public Works, and the Health Department that are related to the Board of Education and to the schools, as well as the School Lunch Revolving Fund. Finally, we took up the resolutions pertaining to the Board of Education and the Greenwich Library Peterson Wing, and those concerning additional provisions and borrowing authorizations. All budget items we considered passed unanimously. The committee would like to highlight the fact that the Board of Education adhered to the budget guidelines set by the BET and increased its operating budget by only 1.95%. To maintain level services would have required a 3.03% increase. Because teachers received a contractual salary increase of 3.6%, the Board of Ed was forced to make significant cuts to professional development and to curriculum development to remain within the budget guidelines. It is important to note that these cuts are not sustainable, as research indicates that failure to invest in these areas going forward likely would have a negative impact on student achievement. Implementation of the Board of Education's strategic plan, innovation, and future growth also would be hindered. In addition to these development cuts, the Board of Ed changed its staffing models at the middle schools and at the high school, which netted 6 fewer positions overall. The board is hopeful that this change will not adversely affect student achievement, and they will be monitoring the new staffing levels closely. We did take up a motion that had been passed by the BOC to reduce the cap on bonus salary increases for non-union management confidential employees from 2.5% to 2%. That motion passed 10-0. I will provide information on the committee's discussions and the reasons for its vote if the BOC makes the same motion later this evening. I would like to thank the members of the BET, the Board of Education, the Superintendent's Office, and other department heads who met with us over the past few months to present their budgets and answer questions from the committee. I also would like to thank all the delegates and alternate delegates to the Education Committee for their hard work meeting with representatives from each school, the libraries, and the Bruce Museum to create comprehensive reports on their respective budgets. As a reminder, the committee uploads these reports to the RTM website every year prior to our vote on the town budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Wells, Chair of our Legislative and Rules Committee.
We met last Monday evening. Our committee takes up two budgets. They are the Law Department and the Probate Court. The Law Department was represented by Wayne Fox, who stated that our oversight of his committee began in December with a subcommittee meeting with Mr. Fox and other members of his staff. The department's budget has increased by 0.9%. This year they brought on an attorney who had been a part-time attorney and started working on a full-time basis. Mr. Fox hopes to add another attorney to the staff next year. He tried to obtain a new staff member this year, but was turned down by the Board of Selectmen. He noted that a number of members of his staff are getting close to retirement age, so he wants to bring on a new attorney so that those retiring members would have an opportunity to mentor that new attorney in the years leading up to their retirement. He thinks that's a good way to provide for the future. Our vote on the Law Department budget was 12-0-0. The probate court budget is probably the smallest budget in the town. It's only $43,600, which was the exact number that the Judge Hopper asked for the previous year. In yet another example of how the town of Greenwich supports the state and gets very little back in return, last year, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2018, the Greenwich Probate Court paid to the state probate court system $2,898,863 and got back about $300,000 to pay for the salary of Judge Hopper and his 5 clerks. From July 1, 18 through May 3rd of 19, the states received $2,765,000 in change from fees, and that will probably continue unless there's a change in the way in which our probate court system in the state is funded. Our vote on the probate court budget was 12-0-0. Our committee also takes a look at the budget and bonding resolutions. Our vote on that was 12-0-0 as well, although there was a minor revision to item 43. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Moderator, I will make that motion.
Thank you. Rob Pirelli-Minetti, Chair of our Finance Committee.
Good evening. Your Finance Committee met on May 6th. I want to thank everyone who has attended and assisted the Finance Committee. Specifically, we had Jeff Raymer and Leslie Tarkington from the BET, as well as being joined later by Jill Oberlander. We had Peter Minarski from the town staff who assisted us all evening. And we also had, for a limited time, Peter Bernstein and the Superintendent of Schools, Ralph Mayo. Appreciate all of the effort that went into assisting our committee. The actual operating budgets that the Finance Committee looks at is very, very limited. That's the Finance Department, the OPEB, Assessor's Office, Board of Assessment Appeals, Tax Collector's Office, and fixed charges. These are relatively smaller items, and we approved those budgets with very few changes. We did have discussions about employee benefits, the increases. We had discussions about the greater increases for insurance and risk fund. This is the result of both experience and tightening insurance markets. So those areas we ultimately approved those budget items by a vote of 10-0-0, with districts 4 and 11 absent at that point. District 4 was absent all evening. District 11 was absent for the budget votes. one of our major responsibilities is the capital budget. We not only we look at the capital budget, and we also are supposed to advise the RTM on the potential impact of capital projects and the capital tax levy on the mill rate and on your taxes. We take this responsibility very seriously, and most of our discussions Monday night focused on capital in one form or another. The most important and longest discussions were to do with the Board of Education. Before I go to that, I'll just say we did, as a committee, take up the 3 reduction motions which the BOC had proposed with respect to the a reduction in a certain management confidential salary increases, a reduction in the funds for the propane plant, and for the Northwest Fire Station. We approved all of those, but I will discuss those at the appropriate time if the BOC makes those motions. The capital plan, the capital budget. You've heard that this year's capital plan is about $51 million. That's about right. The most important thing to understand that we learned as a result of our discussions of the capital budget this year was that the Board of Education has never really taken a vote on their entire roughly $750 to $1 billion capital plan. What they did was last June, they approved a matrix of priorities. Although some of the projects that are coming to you, specifically the stadium this year, weren't as high on that matrix as they've shown up in the budget. The thing to understand is that when we asked, well, did you approve this plan? We were told, no, we approved the matrix. There's never going to be a vote by the Board of Education on the entire capital plan. What you're going to see over the next several years is each one of these projects fed into you. And in most cases, the projects will start small, a few $100,000, maybe a few $1 million, and you won't really notice that there's a $50 or $20 or $30 million 3 or 4 years out expenditure. There has never been, by this body, a really detailed look at this entire $1 billion plan. And the reason is because there's never been a plan published and approved by the Board of Education. As I said, priority matrix, but not a full plan. So that's something that's very important to understand as we look at this year's budget and as we look at the budgets for the next few years. So the area, and there were tremendous concerns that were addressed in the Board of Education budget with concerns about their ability to manage these large capital projects. Many of you will recall, and Jill mentioned the joint effort from the BET and the Education Committee, Board of Education, to have the Bloom-Shapiro report, and they want to implement these, a number of suggestions and proposals for that. They're going to be working on that this summer, but at our meeting, the Board of Education basically told us, in fact, that it's going to be 2 to 3 years before they're fully up to speed and fully staffed in order to fully manage these projects. That's a very critical factor for you to understand as you think about their projects going down the road. We were also concerned that that there's a total of about, at least in terms of projects that begin this year, there's 60 million odd worth of projects to do with Greenwich High School campus, both the stadium project and the entry. One of the things that there are real concerns about at Greenwich High School is new environmental problems. Every time we do anything on that campus, there's significant environmental problems. So, and none of these budgets even look at that or consider those costs because those all get put in the DPW budget. Again, I'm not saying that any particular project is good or bad, and I'm not saying that we don't need to do many things with the Board of Education. But what we do need to do is have a much more comprehensive understanding of the entire picture so we can look at it and determine if the entire list is necessary, or whether there are some things we need to do and other things that we might not want to do depending on the economic environment. And your Finance Committee will form a small working group that will take a deep dive into the Board of Education's capital master plan over the next year, which, similar to the way in which we looked at the debt situation over the past year, and we had a public forum about that on the 1st of May, and we'll probably have further educational forums about that in the fall. So on the Board of Education budget, we actually only took up one potential cut, which was a potential cut of $75,000 for the Greenwich High School, what's described as the Greenwich High School entry. The problem here, and we all had a lot of concerns that this was $35 million down the road. That project isn't just about the entry. What it's really about, and what the bulk of the money is about going and changing and moving the library and media center to a new library and media center to be built behind what's now the entryway to the high school. That was not clearly explained in the materials that came with the budget, and I would say that every member on our committee was surprised at the extent of what was being planned as compared to what they thought they understood from just reading the sheets. The motion failed 290, and the only reason it failed, in my view, is because everyone was concerned with improving security. We do need to improve security at the entrance to the high school.
2 minutes remaining.
What?
2 minutes.
What we may or may not need to do is move the library and media center to the tune of $35 million. It doesn't take $35 million to move, to secure the entrance to Greenwich High School. My whole point here is that understanding is needed, and otherwise they're just going to slip these projects in over the next several years, and you'll only see things piecemeal. You'll never see the whole picture. In the end, we voted on the capital budget to approve it, and that was approved 9-1-0, districts 4 and 11 absent, and district 12 voting no. And the reason I voted no was because I think that the Board of Education capital budget is inappropriate given these projects. And on the bonding resolutions, we approved them 10-0-0. The only other thing that we did was we have a proposed change in budget resolution number 44, where this is to do with receiving gifts. There's reporting to the Board of Estimate and Taxation. Our members also wanted to see that the same reporting come to the RTM as well. And so at the appropriate time, we will move that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I recognize our next speaker, I thank you for mentioning the bonding resolution. I neglected to mention that when I was describing our procedure tonight. We will take a vote on the budget and budget resolutions with the exception of the bonding resolution. That is what needs to be adopted tonight by May 15th. We will then take a vote on the bonding resolution, and by charter, that must be approved by a majority of the membership of the RTM, which is 116 members, which means anyone who is not here when that vote is taken is essentially voting no. So please, I ask you to make sure you await all votes tonight. The bonding resolution should be our last one, and it requires a majority of the membership of the RTM to approve. Andy Chapin, Chair of our Parks and Recreation Committee.
The Parks and Rec Committee met last Tuesday, May 7th, with Joe Siciliano, Tom Greco from the Parks Department, and Karen Fasiliotis from the BET. The way we do our budget review is when we get the budget packet in March, the end of March, or in April, we divide it up among the committee and let them research individual areas, and then we're all encouraged to look at the budget as a whole. The people who research individual areas submit questions a week or so before the meeting so that Parks and Rec has a chance to research anything they might have to and provide complete answers at the meeting. That being said, at the May meeting, the budget was reviewed by all of us. In short, the Parks Department adhered to the BET guidelines and increased a modest $161,973, or 1.5%. Virtually all of that increase was due to salary increases to existing personnel. That's contractually driven. Headcount remained the same at 100 people. They have, over the years from 2008, reduced the parks budget from 126 people to 100 people the last 10 years. 3 were reassigned and 23 positions were eliminated. They do a good job of using part-time or seasonal help to meet the changing needs of the town during the year. It's a very flexible and creative approach, and I think it works. The Griff Harris, in particular, adjusts their expenditures based upon the revenues they take in to make sure they turn a modest profit each year. Most of the capital expenses represented ongoing efforts such as the organic gas program, ferry maintenance, playground inspections and upgrades, et cetera. There are 2 significant capital expenses in the budget showing this year. One is $2 million for the town's share of dredging Greenwich Harbor. This is recommended by the Harbor Management Commission and is showing up in the parks budget. I believe the DEP is going to take the lion's share of any dredging costs, I think 3/4? Is that right? 3/4 will be paid by the state and 1/4 by us. This money will only be used for dredging Greenwich Harbor. The other was $850,000, which represents a previously approved project for repairing the Greenwich Point Causeway, and you're not voting on that tonight. Other potential projects such as the Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, replacing ferries, et cetera, are being maintained at the status quo. What needs to be done to keep them operational while future plans are developed for them, and you will be hearing about capital requests for those areas in the future. That being said, the committee voted 12-0-0 to pass the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan Small, Chair of our Transportation Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, members. The Transportation Committee started a few years ago doing things a little bit different than sending our members out to meet with the departments as subunits. We asked the departments that we were reviewing to come to us so that the entire committee could get all the questions answered, because inevitably we found if 3 people went into the department, then one of the or 2 of the people that didn't go would have a lot of questions, and we just wanted to get everybody's questions answered right up front. So we met on March 5th, and so we started early in the budget cycle as well, and we've done this the last couple of years. We started March 5th with Jay Domesic from Fleet. Jay always comes very prepared. He reviewed some of the items from last year, such as the oil separator or oil analyzer that he recommended the town purchase, that analyzes the oil every time a car comes in. If it's supposed to have an oil change, he doesn't always change the oil. He analyzes it first, figures out if it needs to be changed, and saves the town money by not changing it just based on mileage. We thought that was a great recommendation, and it turns out that now a year later he has saved a lot of money. We also met with representatives from TAG, Mike Miller and Deborah Vitremile, and reviewed their entire budget and the contribution to the TAG from the town, and found that to all be in good order. We met on April 2nd with Department of Public Works, Amy Siebert, Jim Michael, and Joe Roberto. We reviewed all their capital and operating items. Their budget the last several years has come in very well under the BET guidelines. We reviewed as well the items that were left over from last year, where funds were set aside on continuing projects, because that work needs to also be done in addition to what they're budgeting for this year. And that's something we look at every year. So then we met with GEMS. We met with Tracy Scheitinger, Mike Nightcamp, and Jennifer Baldock, and reviewed their budget and contribution from the town. And one thing that did come up there was that the and it's something related to the Northwest Fire Station, that their shack that's out on King Street is in terrible condition, and they are going to be needing $2 to $2.5 million to replace that if the Northwest Fire Station doesn't go forward in a way that combines the locations. And so that's something that you should keep in mind as we look at the other votes that are being proposed. So we met April 24th, Representatives Stephanie Dalton Barrett, Lucy Von Brocklin, and I met with Deputy Police Chief Mark Marino to discuss parking services. He's just been in charge of this since February. If you recall, last year, the town was considering a management company to run parking services. They're still using these people as a consultant to help them advance the use of Park Mobile and other initiatives in town. But we were very satisfied with the answers given us by Mark Marino. And as part of our discussion at the May budget meeting, it was mentioned that there was an article in Greenwich Time regarding parking services. And we discussed that a little bit in our meeting, and also discussed the fact that Jonathan Bates and I went in last year and met with Ron Lally and Rod DeCino and discussed most of the items in the several audits that were done of the department. And we were very satisfied with their answers on their progress towards implementing new procedures and moving the department forward. So at our May 7th meeting, we'd met with most of the departments already, and typically have a very easy time of it then, and get everybody's questions answered in advance. This year ran a little differently because we had Jay Domesic back again to answer our questions about a propane tank. And that was an interesting discussion. Jay again came very well prepared. We had reviewed that item in our March meeting and thought it was a very good suggestion. We reviewed his information, compared it to the budget overview sheet that they had provided, and I had also emailed Roland Geiger and asked him whether the town took depreciation, because the BOC analysis started off, I believe, finding that the payback on the installation was about 20 years, but then made an interesting statement that if you took depreciation, it took the payback out to something like 238 years or something. Well, Roland Geiger stated that the town doesn't take depreciation, or doesn't analyze its projects based on that, and Mike Mason confirmed that to us at our meeting.
2 minutes remaining.
So we looked at the propane tank and voted 11-0-0 in favor of the propane tank, because we've been looking to encourage the use of environmentally friendly fuels in the town. Then we took up the entire budget, voted 11-0-0 on the items that we reviewed, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Newman, Chair of our Town Services Committee.
Mr. Moderator, distinguished guests, and fellow RTM members. Town Services reviews 13 department budgets. It includes the Fire Department, Police Department, GEMS, Emergency Operations, First Selectman's Office, the Town Clerk, Registrar of Voters, Purchasing, Human Resources, Administrative Resources, Ethics, Information Technology, and RTM. This recap can take hours or minutes. I choose the latter. Hopefully my committee members have answered all of your questions in district. As always, I want to thank the committee for all of their hard work over the last 4 months. Our subcommittees meet with our departments in their offices, develop follow-up questions, and then have the departments before us to explain any issues. We ask for clarification of any large percentage line item changes, both up or down. In all cases, our questions were answered to our satisfaction. Our departments worked diligently and were able to keep their budgets within guidelines. We had 3 negative budgets this year, 3 that were 0. And that means the increases. Most departments found efficiencies that will save the town money over many future budgets. We applaud them for that work. We discussed capital budgets, including the administration's response to the SOMR for increased Northwest fire coverage. We discussed the administration's response to that SOMR and the individual responses that we were aware of that were sent around. Town Services took up the motion to reduce $100,000 from the capital budget for the Northwest Fire due diligence. Vote was 5-4, 6 against, and 1. That motion failed in Town Services. A motion was proposed to remove a $0 line item for the purchase of land for a Northwest Fire GEMS station. The vote was 10 against, 2-4, and that also failed. We voted to recommend the 13 budgets Town Services reviewed. The vote was 10-4, 2 against, and no abstentions. That passed. District 7 and 9 on that final vote voted no because they believe the entire budget needs to be reduced. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexis Volgaris, Chair of our Health and Human Services Committee.
Good evening. Before I do my Health and Human Services thing, I would be remiss if I didn't point out governance has these great speaker sign-up sheets that we have with little speaker sign-up tips, and they're encouraging people to be mindful that if you've already heard the comments that have been expressed, that you might want to consider passing. And when I took a peek at the sign-up sheet, there were over 40 people for the firehouse and a lot of others. So feel free to read our little sign-up sheet if you want. Okay, so Health and Human Services divided our two budget hearings over our April and May meetings, and I'd like to thank all of the department heads that came, as well as the BET representatives who supported us in that effort. So we have 6 departments. I'm going to race through them. This is the first year that we have had unanimous support for every department. So Health and Human Services will not be offering any motions to amend or reduce, which is something that we've done in the past. So here we go, racing through. Commission on Aging, our vote was 12-0-0 in April of 2019. It's a very small budget, about $218,000. And for each department, I'll just give 1 or 2 highlights. Members of Health and Human Services expressed concern that $4,000 from the Share the Fair program was reduced from this budget. The department has been working on an age-friendly study, and some of the most important issues that residents have expressed are good transportation options. And so we thought it was unfortunate that if you're trying to create and promote transportation, that you would cut a reduced taxi coupon service that would help seniors get around. So we hope that in the future that money could be added back in. The Greenwich Senior Center's next, also a vote of 12-0-0. That budget is also pretty lean at about $732,000. The bulk of that increase is related to mandated salary and wage obligations, as well as a new food service contract with Morrison Foods. And the Friends of the Senior Center, which is a 501c3, continues to raise money for facility renovations. They've committed to raising about $1.25 million and have already raised over 50% of that. That money will go to kitchen renovation, ADA accessible bathrooms, and a new elevator. Department of Health, 12-0-0, also in April. Their budget's about $2.5 million. Again, the majority of that increase is due to mandated salary and wage obligations. However, there was about $5,600 added in this year to help fund the salary for a part-time health emergency coordinator. In the past, this position was funded mostly through a federal grant, but they did not have enough to carry the position through for the year. So at about the 9-month mark, the worker would be furloughed. So the hope is that with this supplement, it will allow the part-time position to remain open throughout the year. GEMS is next, 12-0-0. The town of Greenwich contribution to GEMS for fiscal year 1920 is about $4.7 million. That's about 62% of their total operating budget of about $7.4 million. They have no FOIA claims this year, so that was good. GEMS is proposing a reduction in some expense areas. Salary and wages, they've been able to reduce by about $166,000, largely due to leveraging their per diem staff and a reduction in overtime pay and hours. They were also able to reduce their bank fees by $10,000 by renegotiating some credit card fees and who they contract with. There are some cost increases, though, notably a $44,000 increase for training-related expenses. GEMS provides CPR training to all GHS students and GPS staff. The training is provided at no fee to the individual. However, GEMS must pay the American Heart Association about $17 per person for fees that cover materials, books, certification, cards, application, etc. Health and Human Services inquired and would like to perhaps see that the Greenwich Board of Education pick up that cost, since they are the ones mandating that this training be conducted, or at least have GEMS charge the school system for that service. They've also developed a new in-service for the community called Stop the Bleed, which is being rolled out to help train people about what to do in the event of a mass shooting at work, and how to make a tourniquet or use a tourniquet, and how to attend to a victim until professional help arrives. Next is the Department of Human Services. The total budget for that department is almost $4 million. It's a 1/3 of 1% increase. Cost savings were achieved by combining 2 part-time positions in the case management division into 1 full-time position for an approximate savings of about $8,300, and eliminating $45,000 in client financial aid through a contingency fund. We talked to Dr. Barry about this. This is a fund that, if tapped into, would have required BET approval, and the amount was actually very small relative to how you would probably need to use it. As Dr. Barry said, in the event that federal or state mandates changed and you had a complete overhaul of the food stamp system or regulations, that would likely cost the town many hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that $45,000 would not have been significant. So that was something to pull out. And then the department's partnership program, community partnership, continues to grow. It's now about 22% of their total budget. And last but not least, Nathaniel Witherell. Our vote on that was 11-0-0 with District 7 absent. So the total proposed contribution from the general fund for Witherell in 2019 is about $2.7 million. It's an increase of 2.6%, or about $68,000. Fiscal year 19 was a difficult year for Nathaniel Witherell and revenue due to renovations and other factors. As Witherell segues into more medical rehab and other financial arrangements, the board expects to make its revenue targets and reduce the overtime cost to a more reasonable level. So just a few reasons why this is what it is. Due to the extensive delays related to renovating the tower portion of the facility, the ability to admit patients and draw revenue was impacted. Beds were taken offline during the renovation, and if you have empty beds, you have no revenue. Healthcare costs for part-time employees and the ACA. There was an issue with, the ACA says that if a part-time employee works more than 30 hours per week on average for a 12-month period, then employers like the town of Greenwich provide them health care. But you only have to offer, per the ACA, health care for the individual and not the family.
30 seconds.
Seriously? So the town allowed part-time people to have single, couple, and family coverage for 10% of the total premium. The Witherell is paying $112,000 of the net employee premiums for both fiscal year 18 and 19. Once the program is implemented correctly, it'll cost below, hopefully, $50,000. Witherell at home, their health care service is not earning money. Lower extremities, hips, knees, and joint replacement are becoming less lucrative. And the average occupancy rate is 92%, which is better than the 82% in other nursing homes. And the hot water heaters that we provided came in $80,000 under budget. We didn't discuss the larger and looming costs should Witherell remain a town entity. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Berg, Chair of our Land Use Committee.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator, fellow members. The Land Use Committee met last Monday night. Land Use is responsible for reviewing the operating budgets.
Mr. Berg, could I just say, it's last call to sign up on those sign-up sheets. This is our last report, and we are going to get into debate on the budget. So anyone who wanted to get on that list, this is your last chance. Mr. Berg, I'm sorry.
So land use is responsible for reviewing the operating budgets for the Planning and Zoning Commission, Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals, the Inland Wetlands Agency, and the Conservation Commission. And we're also responsible for reviewing the capital budget for roads and bridges. So for the purposes of the operating budget, we had Katie DeLuca, our Director of Planning and Zoning, and Patricia Sesto, who is the Director of Environmental Affairs, which is the new department that oversees both inland wetlands and conservation. Not much drama in the operating budget. Ms. DeLuca did explain various lines of the budget, including $15,000 for zoning and nuisance enforcement, $10,000 for nuisance solutions and cleanup, $65,000 consultant to study the parking requirements for all the use groups that come before the commission. We asked about the status of the plan of conservation and development, which was in last year's budget, but which we have not yet seen a plan. Mr. Luca told us that that plan is costing $175,000. $30,000 is still left to finish the project. We do expect to see a draft plan within weeks. We did ask Mr. Luca to tell us which of the capital projects before us tonight are likely to require a finding of municipal improvement. And that's important because when a project requires that planning and zoning find that it is a municipal improvement, it allows any property owner in the town of Greenwich to refer that project over to the RTM, and then the RTM can take that project up and vote on it. So we did go through the projects, including the new Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, the Dorothy Hamill Rink, the Davis Avenue Bridge, which she said does not require MI. I can provide you with that entire list if you wish. Ms. Sesto talked about conservation in inland wetlands. Inland wetlands, like planning and zoning, generates application fees that largely offset those operating budgets. They do have a consulting engineer budget, and Ms. Sesto explained that that is necessary because when somebody challenges a wetlands project and brings in an expert, the town must hire an equal expert to refute that testimony in order to stand up in court. On capital projects, we had James Michael and Joseph Roberto and discussed, among other things, the upcoming paving of Sound Beach Avenue, the plan for concurrent pedestrian phase traffic signals versus exclusive pedestrian phase traffic signals. And we talked about the Strickland Brook Flood Project, which is a $19.5 million project. There's money this year for the first year of that project, which impacts the Strickland Brook, both the riverine flooding coming down into Coscob Village and the tidal flooding that comes up through District 2, if you will. So Mr. Michael gave us an explanation of all these projects. Our vote on the operating budgets was 11-0 with District 3 absent. Our vote on the capital project was 10 in favor, 1 opposed because of that Strickland Brook project. Again, District 3 was absent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that is the final committee report for tonight. We will now proceed to the budget. I did say I would recognize any speakers interested in speaking, addressing the budget as a whole. Do we have any such speakers? Hearing none, let's get right to the budget. This is the book provided to us by the Finance Department. We will begin on page 1 of the RTM booklet. Now, as I said, if anyone has a motion directed to any line item, you have to raise it when I call the item, because when I pass it, our department heads can assume that we are not going back, absent some extreme circumstance. So please, if I don't hear you, get up, yell, get my attention. All right, beginning 101, Representative Town Meeting. 102, Ethics. 103, Historical District Commission. 104, Emergency Operations. 105, Office of the First Selectman. 106, Purchasing. 107, Administrative Services. 108, 109, Human Resources. 111, Probate Court. $120, Registrars of Voters. $130, Finance. $134, Information Technology. $135, Assessor. $136, Board of Assessment Appeals. $139, Tax Collector. $140, Law. $150, Town Clerk. $161, Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals. $170, Condemnation Commission. $171, Planning and Zoning Commission. $172, Conservation Commission. $173, Inland Wetlands and Watercourses, one word. $174, Land Use Administration. $195, Commission on Aging. $196, Senior Center. That concludes General Government. Fire Department. 201, Fire Administration. 202, Training. 204, Fire Marshal. 205, Firefighting Force. 206, Apparatus and Equipment. 207, Department Buildings. 208, Volunteers. Police Department. 211, Police Administration. 212, Dispatch and Communications. 213, General Services. 216, Criminal Investigation. 217, Uniform Patrol. Department of Public Works. 301, DPW Administration. 302, Engineering. 312, Highway, Streets, and Bridges. 315, Board of Ed Maintenance. 321, Waste Disposal. 345, Building Construction and Maintenance. 351, Building Inspection. Vehicle Maintenance. 380, Fleet. Health Department. 401, Administration. 405, Environmental. 410, Special Clinical Services. 415, Family Health. 425, Laboratory. External Entities. 440, Human Services. 501, Administration. 502, Adult and Family Services. 509, Aging, Homemaker Only Services. All right, with the Board of Ed, there's a, we are not able to go into line items here, so any motions will be addressed only to the administration account. It would be up to the Board of Ed how to distribute that. So schools, 600, administration. All right. Libraries, 701, Greenwich Library. 702, Peterson Wing. 710, Perrott Library. Parks and Recreation. 801, Administration. 811, Recreation Supervision. 812, Organized Recreation. 814, Eastern Civic Center. 815, Community Centers. 816, Skating Rink. 817, Western Civic Center. 821, Parks and Trees Administration. 822, Parks and Playgrounds and Fields. 825, Equipment Maintenance. 829, Trees. 831, Marine Supervision. 832, Maintenance. 833, Beaches. 834, Harbors and Boating Facilities. All right, fixed charges. Lucia Jansen. I'm not sure which of the categories this is, so you can tell us. Lucia Jansen, Chair of our Budget Overview Committee.
The BOC, in reviewing the operating budget, identified the following item. It's a motion to reduce $38,567 in the fiscal year 20 budget, 55 town and Board of Ed management confidential employee salary increases from 2.5 to 2.0 total increase. The motion passed 8-3-1. District 6, 8, and 10 voted against. District 12 abstained.
All right, do you know which line we're directing this to?
Excuse me, that's 901 employee benefits. The object code is 57940, special accounting. It's kind of, it's a special, this is an kind of a collective reduction across many departments, and working with the finance department, this was the mechanics that made the best sense. So,
All right, so that amount, on behalf of the Budget Overview Committee, is to reduce 901 by the sum of $38,567. Is that correct?
yes.
All right. Discussion on that motion to reduce?
Okay.
Lucia Jansen.
All right. The BOC thanks the fine and dedicated work of the town management confidential employees. Labor contracts are second only to the budget itself as the most important decision the RTM makes. As BET Chairman Peter Tessie said in his 2004 budget message to the RTM, labor contracts are 80% of total costs and will continue to drive our budget. Therefore, the RTM must be firm in holding total costs of contracts to the rate of inflation. Otherwise, adherence to the BET mill rate guideline policy will become impossible without sacrificing services or raising taxes to levels unacceptable to residents living on fixed incomes. The current rate of inflation in 2019 is 1.6% for our Northeast area. The BOC makes this motion because of the following important reasons. The town and Board of Ed has 11 other labor contracts actively in negotiation in 2019-20 that represent over 2,000 town employees. The potential financial impact on those contracts could be up to $1.1 million with a higher 2.5 GWI. Management confidential employees are set by the BET. The BET guidelines state all town and Board of Ed employees are structured with a 2% wage increase. The first selectman delivered his budget with a 2% management confidential salary increase recommended in the BET guidelines. The BET HR committee conducted a comparable wage analysis. They then voted unanimously with a 4-0-0 to create a salary increase structure where the base increase will be 1.5% and for excellent performance, an additional 0.5%. Nearly all management confidential employees receive the total increase, including the additional increase. It is a permanent wage increase to the base salary, not like a private sector bonus. Elected officials, the first selectman, the town clerk, and the tax collector will receive a 2.0 increase for 2020, and for calendar 2021, a lower 1.5%. In the past 5 years, the management confidential wage increases have far exceeded inflation at 2.5% every year except one at 2.0. Just months ago, this RTM on recent equivalent management employee labor contracts with our 56 school principals, which we called the GOSA contract, will receive 1.9% increase in 2019-20 and 2.05 in 2020. We also, RTM members, agreed to a Silver Shield police contract that was approved at 1.95% in 2019 and 2.05 in 2020. Most important is that GOSA is the first of potentially all bargaining units to increase their health care and dental premium share all 3 years, moving from the current 10% to 13.5%, 15%, and the final 16.5% over the 3-year contract. There is no change in the healthcare co-share premium outlined for management confidential employees. They remain at the 10% contribution. If management confidential employees were to pay the GOSA health insurance contribution rate of 13.5%, that would decrease the town health expenses by $46,200 for the fiscal year. For these three reasons, competitive compensations, the fairness, and the cost impact to our other contracts in play, I ask that you support this motion to reduce by $38,567. Thank you.
All right, we have other committee reports on this issue. Jennifer Freitag with the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Education Committee took up this motion at our meeting last Monday evening. The schools have 6 management confidential employees, Greenwich Library has 2, and Perrott Memorial Library has 1. Deborah Hess from the BET stated that capping the salary increase at 2% would set a helpful precedent that can be used in negotiations currently ongoing for 11 labor contracts covering 2,000 employees, as Lucia stated. She noted that under the GOSA contract, school principals are receiving a 1.9% increase. Ms. Hess further noted that MC employees do not contribute as much to their health plans as union employees do. Both Interim Superintendent Ralph Mayo, under whom the 6 Board of Education MC employees work, and Peter Bernstein, Chair of the Board of Education, expressed that they were comfortable with a 2% cap. Mr. Bernstein also stated that in practice, the bonus increase was almost universally given as a straight salary increase without any meaningful connection to performance. Ms. Dayton, who is the chief labor negotiator for the Board of Education, stated at our meeting that she was in favor of the 2% cap as she believed that it would assist her in ongoing labor negotiations taking place. In contrast, in a written response concerning this motion, the director of the library stated that she and the deputy director have a performance review each year, and she believes the percent increase they are awarded is dependent upon that review. She also noted that MC employees work very long hours without additional remuneration that union members receive for extra hours in the form of overtime or comp time. She had been unaware that the BET had voted to increase the cap to 2.5%. Given overwhelming support for the motion by the interim superintendent and the representatives of the Board of Education and the BET who attended our meeting, the committee voted 10-2-0 in favor of the motion, with districts 4 and 12 voting against. Thank you.
Rob Pirelli-Minetti with the Finance Committee report on this.
Thank you. We also took up this motion. For the very same reasons that have been outlined by the others. I won't go into them again, but I just want to emphasize this isn't a lot of money, but it's a really important precedent and a very important message to send to the various unions with whom we're negotiating that we're not unduly favoring management employees. I would point out again that all of the BET members and all of the Board of Education members and administrators, well, actually, and the superintendent, said that they were in favor of going to the 2%. They had no objections to it. No, you weren't there at that point.
Excuse me. Only Mr. Pirelli-Minetti has the floor.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. Oberlander was not there at the point we discussed that, I believe. Well, you were, okay. You didn't say anything, but others...
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Pirelli-Minetti. You are not having a conversation with anyone.
The point is there was not any significant objection at the time from anybody who was there from either the BET or the Board of Education. Nothing expressed. But I think the most important thing about this is to understand that this is about sending the right message. The biggest issue here is not that we have a potential of giving higher merit increases to a few people. If somebody told me there were 20 MC employees and maybe 5 or 6 of them got the full 2.5%, I'd be the first one to say, yeah, that's a good idea. But that's not what's been happening. What we are told, and again, we haven't gone and seen real personnel records, but we've been told that almost everyone who is eligible for these increases gets these full increases every year, that they're eligible for them. And it's increasing their base salary, and it's pensionable. So those were the reasons that our committee strongly supported the BOC motion by a vote of 10-1-0. Now, the only vote against it was not a vote against it on the substance, it was a vote on the technical issue that there was confusion about what account it should come out of, and I think that's been resolved. So there was very strong support on our committee. Thank you very much.
Tom Broadhurst, Chair of District 5, with a report on the district's position on this.
Mr. Moderator, fellow members, District 5 took a vote on this and voted 15-0-1 to support this motion.
Peter Tessie, our first selectman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the RTM, Mr. Moderator.
Good evening.
I rise to speak in opposition to this reduction, and I do so with conviction. And that conviction is having spent almost 12 years as the town's chief elected official, 10 years as a member of the BET, 6 as chair, and on this body. I think I have a sound understanding and appreciation for the expectation we have as a community for the professional management that we hire. When we look at our professional management, we have to recognize that many of them, we as citizens are responsible for appointing, whether it be through the Selectman's office with the first Selectman nominating and the Board of Selectmen appointing, or up at Witherell, or the Health Department, or the library. It is citizens who preside over not only the recruitment and hiring, but the management of. So when we hear about our performance-based system, which in fact provides 1.5% under this proposal, which is in keeping with the spirit of the contract strategy, but adds in a performance-based compensation increase, which speaks to what I heard at the outset of this evening, an expectation that we want innovation, we want process improvement, we want, all of these good things, which I would argue the results of these professional managers getting these performance rates over the past few speak to that, meaning they're getting high performance approvals because they're, in the eyes of the very citizens that you appoint, selectmen nominate, are performing exceedingly well. The message that we're sending, if you vote to delete this, I think is equally, if not more impactful than the one you're sending to unions. You're saying, you know what, folks, you're not worth cumulatively $38,000. You don't matter in terms of the extra time you put in at meetings. These are people who don't get step increases, don't get longevity. We demand a lot of them. Look at the number of volunteers we have engaged in this town and the citizenry's direct access to them. They give us their all, and if they don't, they're at will, and they can be terminated. So I would appeal to you to think more soundly. You may feel good about deleting this. Likely no one else is going to get up here and speak in opposition to this as I am, but I think the consequences that you're going to realize in the future by this will be impactful. So for $38,000, think a little bit more clearly about who you're sending a message to and what the cost benefit is. I don't think it's going to get you what you think.
Thank you. Will the district chairs please mark your voting cards? BOC motion to reduce account 901.
Mr. Moderator, I did not sign up, but can I just correct the record on the BET votes?
Jill Oberlander, Chair of the BET.
I just wanted to correct the record for those of you who were not in attendance at the committee meetings. The BET took up this item at its March 25th regular meeting, and there was a first vote to amend the recommendation of the HR committee. The HR committee had not taken up the proposal for an aggregate of 2.5% that was voted on at this meeting. The The 2.5% as reflected was a 1.5% base increase with 2 increments, 0.5% each, for a performance above and beyond a standard expectation. And the vote to amend the recommendation was 7-3-2. The new proposal to continue the up to 2.5% compensation carried, and the vote to adopt that was 9-0-3. The BET members were in attendance at the Finance Committee meeting. I don't recall an endorsement of the Finance Committee action or a rejection. It was an explanation of what the BET accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the district chairs please mark your voting cards? Motion to reduce account 901, employee benefits, by the sum of $38,567. 38567. If you are in favor of that reduction, you vote yes. If you are opposed to it, you vote no. All right, continuing, we will continue while that vote is being tallied. On page 11, 902, unemployment and workers' compensation. 908, insurance. 911, taxes for town properties. 950, repayment of debt. And 999, transfer to other funds. All right, that concludes the total general fund expenses. Beginning with the capital projects on page 13, 106, human resources. 134, information technology. 135, assessor. 172, conservation. 206, fire apparatus. 213, police general services. 302, DPW engineering. 312, highway, streets, and bridges. 315, Board of Ed projects done by DPW. 345, DPW building construction and maintenance. We have the fire money is in here. Lucia Jansen, Chair of our Budget Overview Committee.
The Budget Overview Committee made a motion to delete $100,000 from the Northwest Station property due diligence. The motion passed 8-1. District 8 and 10 voted against, since they believe there is sufficient information providing the need and location.
All right, so let's get that before us. So this is a motion to delete the $100,000 in account 345-956-20142, correct?
Correct.
All right, that is now before us. Discussion on that motion. Lucia Jansen.
The BOC is greatly pleased the fire study was unanimously approved by the BET 1200 and has now passed the RTM's operating budget. The town has not had an independent town-wide fire study since the Berrecker report conducted in 1989, over 30 years ago. The Berrecker report is so dated that at times the report was delivered, it was noted that there were no response time records for any of the stations under review. The fire study should take a relatively short time to complete, in a 12 to 16 week time frame. The reason for this motion to cut the land due diligence is that the BOC committee does not agree that before the study results are known, the first selectman will be authorized with this appropriation to simultaneously file with the Planning and Zoning Commission applications for his chosen 3 specific identified properties, one on Upper King Street, one on Lower King Street, and one on Riversville Road, to conduct soil testing, wetlands delineation, topographic surveys, and so on, to understand the suitability of the property for the construction of the Northwest Fire Station. This ready, fire, aim planning approach has not served us well in the past. Just to highlight a few, starting with the 2004 $1.3 million purchase of land and a home at 1327 King Street that was intended to be a Joint Gems Northwest Fire Station. And 7 years later, invalidated due to the surprise knowledge that there was insufficient septic tank capacity issues. Or how about in 2010, the $23 million Joint GEMS Central Fire Station project that the RTM rejected due to incomplete design, and when returned 2 years later in 2012, was resubmitted to the RTM, where we pay more and get less, since it was discovered that GEMS could not be jointly housed in the Central Fire Station. And let me finish by saying, as examples, GEMS headquarters is now in the capital improvement planning forecast at $8 million for a new headquarters that was supposed to be at Central Fire Station. In the BOC's April report, we list all of the many decisions over the past 15 years that have cost the town millions, given the lack of thoughtful long-range planning. As all town contracted independent studies, such as the recent Nathaniel Witherall study, the Bloom-Shapiro study examining the Board of Ed Julian Curtis roof situation, and the parking services study, all these studies work through the process of identifying the current environment and their issues, and then recommending and prioritizing the ideas and solution for the town to consider. Some of the core results anticipated will be a collection and review of key performance metrics at all 8 stations, including the Round Hill and Banksville volunteer fire stations, an examination of all incidents and call volumes, false alarms, an analysis of station locations, and the frequency the fire department meets its performance goals. With that rich set of data, we anticipate best practice recommendations for optimal townwide public safety and resource allocation. Some have pointed to the fact that there was a fire study proposed 2 years ago in 2017-18, and that the BOC and the full RTM body overwhelmingly turned down the study, and therefore they doubt the integrity of this fire study today. The answer is quite simple. The difference is the Office of the First Selectman, to whom the fire department reports and is seeking the funds for more staffing and a station, was managing the entire fire study effort that gave great concern for those that wanted a truly independent analysis. This was a particularly important reason, since it was the Office of the First Selectman that was advocating for 3 previous consecutive years for more townwide firefighters. 9 new firefighters in 2014, which the BET denied. Again in 2015, 9 new firefighters, denied by the BET. And then in 2016, requesting 16 new townwide firefighters, starting with 4 in that year. That was again denied by the BET. The BOC believes, since this fire study will be under the purview of the BET, it is a significant change to the previous fire study request, where the fire department may be participating as part of a committee, but not driving the overall study. To address the District 10 SOMAR, first and foremost, the District 10 SOMAR passed in October 2018 began with the question whether a fire station was necessary in the northwest part of town. The PowerPoint report received by RTM members from the Office of First Selectman and Fire Department did not provide the kind of data that would satisfy and address this important question. The Fire Department was candid that the maps in the report were based on Google driving distances and not on actual fire incident data response times. After the fire study is complete, the BOC welcomes the recommendations, whatever they may be. In fact, the BOC went so far as stating that the committee would state right now, up front, that we would support an interim appropriation, if necessary, to implement the recommendations prior to the normal budget cycle. I am asking that you support the BOC motion for the deletion of the planning and zoning land due diligence for $100,000 and not fund this request until the fire study is completed and the RTM be given its full opportunity for analysis of the recommendations that are made by this study. Thank you.
All right, do we have other committee reports on this? Rob Pirelli-Minetti with the Finance Committee report.
Good evening. I won't duplicate what Ms. Jansen said. The Finance Committee voted to support this cut 10-1-0. The only no vote was District 10. Obviously, he said he had to support his district. I would urge you to support the cut because of the fact that we really need to get a study of the whole town first before we start spending money on picking properties. The Finance Committee wanted me to make it crystal clear tonight that if it turns out that the place we need another station is in the Northwest, that the members of the committee will support an interim appropriation. And I think it was unanimous that we would support an interim. So it's important to understand that this is not a vote against a Northwest station. It's a vote to put the understanding of the entire town's fire situation. Fire response times throughout the town are very rarely much longer than they are in the Northwest. So people need to understand it's a town-wide problem that needs to be understood. It's not purely a Northwest problem. Is it a problem we need to solve? Probably so. But we do need to get the independent study first. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional committee reports? All right, I call upon our first selectman, Peter Tessie, Assistant Fire Chief Bob Kick, and Selectman Sandy Litvak. They have 10 minutes, 3 and 3, and they're going to split it up among themselves. Mr. Tessie.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator and ladies and gentlemen of the RTM. Tonight, I respectfully request you approve an appropriation for $100,000 for site assessment and property due diligence in response to the September 2018 RTM Sense of the Meeting resolution in support of a station for adequate Northwest Greenwich fire and emergency medical services. As requested in the RTM Sense of the Meeting resolution that was passed by a vote of 126-55 to 3, the Fire and Town Administration have provided you a thorough analysis and information. As a town, we can be proud of the progress that has been made as a result of the last fire services study commissioned 30 years ago by Carol Baracker and Associates, fire EMS and police consultants from Vienna, Virginia, to produce a, quote, comprehensive report on the study of the Greenwich Fire Department. The report's online, but you could see it's been well utilized. Since this report was presented, the town has implemented most of these recommendations. Based on the report, in the late 1990s, the town settled on the purchase and construction of Station 8 on North Street. Subsequently, Station 2 in Coscob was renovated. Station 4 in Glenville was renovated and expanded. Property at 1327 King Street was acquired for proposed Station 9. Central headquarters in Station 1 was demolished and rebuilt to modern standards, and renovation will begin at Station 3 in Byram shortly. During this 30-year time period, volunteer Station 7 in Banksville, New York was renovated with support from the town of Greenwich, and volunteer Station 6 at Round Hill will undergo modernization as well with town support. Station 5 at Sound Beach in Old Greenwich is the remaining existing station to need renovation in the near term. Also, the North Street Fire Training Facility was rebuilt during this period. All of these infrastructure improvements received funding and approval by the BET, Planning and Zoning, and RTM. For example, in July 2004, the P&Z Commission approved property purchase of 1327 King Street for use by GEMS, stating, quote, purchase is in the town's and residents' best interest to improve response time in the backcountry for medical emergencies, end quote. In May 2016, the P&Z Commission approved municipal improvement request to acquire 4.27 acres of land at 1241 King Street for the purposes of constructing a new fire GEMS facility. In their May 17, 2016 decision letter, the Planning and Zoning Commission reaffirmed that the, quote, need for the property is clearly articulated in the 2009 Plan of Conservation and Development, specifically Action Strategy 4.31, funding for the new fire station on King Street should be provided, end quote. A prior first selectman, BETs, Planning and Zoning Commissions, as well as RTMs have approved funding for a fire station in Northwest Greenwich. The public record of town government actions over many years is abundant and confirms there is a remaining safety risk exposure to inhabitants of Northwest Greenwich. The distance to reach this quadrant remains constant. Travel times take into consideration road conditions and time of day. This remains the problem we are trying to solve in Northwest Greenwich. I witnessed the traffic paralysis on King Street and surrounding roads in the aftermath of the school and passenger bus crash recently. The increased traffic and corresponding congestion has only made the travel time worse with the expansion of Brunswick School and other institutional uses along this corridor. Despite attempts to distract from the core issue, I believe it is abundantly clear that there exists a deficiency in travel time in Northwest Greenwich. The town has been discussing this issue for the last 2 decades, and for nearly 10 years, my administration has pursued a solution to this problem. There is no legitimate excuse to further delay action. You have been provided the information needed to make a decision, and now you can determine if you are going to accept this deficiency and the liability that comes with it. And I want to address it by moving the property due diligence budget request forward and starting the process of establishing a Northwest Greenwich Fire GEM station.
Thank you. Assistant Fire Chief Bob Kick.
Mr. Moderator, members of town meeting, I'm Robert Kick. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief, and I'm asking you to support the BET's recommendation to move forward with the due diligence for property evaluation. We did, in fact, have a thorough review of our fire department in 2016 by ISO. It's the Insurance Services Organization, Insurance Services Office. This organization evaluated every aspect of our ability to respond to and fight fires in the entire town and has done the same for over 40,000 fire departments. In the deployment analysis section, we only received partial credit, primarily for areas not covered in the Northwest section. ISO uses multiple algorithms in the deployment analysis to identify coverage areas, and we failed to meet the thresholds for travel times to the Northwest quadrant in all of them. The fire department's success when responding to emergencies depends heavily on the response times of our first arriving units. Early intervention at a fire is very critical to successful outcomes. Fire grows exponentially every minute, and unimpeded will extend beyond the room of origin in approximately 10 minutes. Once extended past the room of origin, the risk to fire personnel and civilians triple, and our ability to even extinguish a fire is severely handicapped, resulting in additional property damage. I reached out to Dan Warzoa last week to talk to him, as he was involved when we started this process in 2004. Dan has this year 50 years in the Greenwich Fire Department, a few of which he served as the fire chief of the entire department. In 2003, he met in that quadrant the then executive director of GEMS, Charlie Tufts, and then police chief Peter Robbins. Together, they did a risk assessment of that quadrant and the occupancies of that quadrant, which we call high-risk occupancies, the nursing homes, the schools, the large office facilities. And they determined, even back in 2003, that a GEMS and fire department presence was needed in that district due to the extended travel times. So this process has been going on for about 16 years now. And since then, multiple administrations in both police, GEMS, and fire, and town administrations have been on board with this, identifying the issue of travel distance, and this is the only way to overcome it, is to add personnel to that quadrant. If we continue to do nothing to resolve the travel time issue in the Northwest, we will continue to have risk events or emergencies, because we deal with much more than fires, as Peter pointed out with that bus accident last month. If we continue, We will continue to have risk events or emergencies with negative outcomes in this quadrant. We can do better than that. Therefore, I ask that you allow us to continue our process and leave the funding intact for a property due diligence evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Selectman Sandy Litvack.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I come before you in two roles, obviously as a selectman, but I am also a resident of District 10. So I wear both hats. But primarily I come before you as a selectman. I cannot and I will not tell you why there's a terrible need for a firehouse in the northwest section. There absolutely is. And the reason I don't have to tell you is you can look at the map and see it. You can remember that we had a SOMER back last fall. You can know that your first selectman has looked at it. Your BET has looked at it. The fire department has looked at it. And they all come to the same conclusion. So it is not a question of whether or not there's a need here to be addressed. There clearly is. Then why are we talking about deleting the money? And the answer is because there's a study. No one's looking to block the study. The study can go forward. The study isn't going to tell you anything about the need here. The study is to determine the town-wide, and that is fine. There's no reason to hold this up. There's only two possibilities as to why you would delete the money to enable them to go forward with the kind of due diligence that makes perfect sense. One, because we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. If we have a survey, my gosh, we can't go forward on due diligence. Nonsense. Of course we can, and we should. The second, money. Assuming people are concerned, $100,000 out of a $440 million budget. I don't mean to demean 100,000, but I do mean to put it in perspective. And by the way, I would tell you, although I'm not an RTM member, if there are two things in this world you don't scrimp on, and certainly in this town, one is education and the other is safety. You can cut in a lot of different places, not in those two. And when you're told that, well, when the survey comes in, we'll go forward, I come from a corporate background, as a number of you do too. The one thing I learned early on is every study begets another study, because the questions will never, ever be answered. There will always be questions. Let's move on, folks. There's a need here. The study can go forward. The due diligence can go forward. They can both go forward at the same time, and it all comes back to you ultimately. There is no reason to stall. I urge you to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now get into the list of speakers. I'll just remind our speakers that there is a 3-minute limit in effect, and you may, as we hear people and individuals are waiting to speak, please, if someone has already made the point that you intended to make, feel free just to adopt those points. You might realize that if you can condense your remarks down to 2 or 1 minute, you might get a little more weight on those. All right, so let us begin with Louisa Stone, to be followed by Jeffrey Stewart. And I ask the following speaker to please come down and be ready to step up to the microphone as soon as the prior speaker is finished. We're not going to applaud one side or the other because we have so many speakers. Let's hear what they have to say. Louisa Stone, to be followed by Jeffrey Stewart. I believe it's Stewart. It's hard to read.
Yes. Thank you, Tom, and greetings, fellow members. It's 2 minutes of 9, and it's time. It's time to stop stalling. The need for a Northwest fire station has been studied and studied and studied. The $75,000 study that we passed in the operating budget, we didn't even talk about it, is for fire services town-wide. Its exact scope hasn't been determined, If it's like the Westport study, it'll take a year. And then where will we be? Right back where we are. In September, we voted better than 2-1 that we want answers about fire protection in Northwest Greenwich. And now that we have them, the next step is to choose a site. The $100,000 that is proposed for cutting is to evaluate possible sites for a Northwest Station. It's worth noting that at our meeting last week, District 10 voted unanimously to ask the administration to include the Round Hill Volunteer Station in its study. So if that's part of the study of the town-wide services that exist, then we'll also be able to look at all of them together. If we delete it, we'll have to wait to the end of the study, and it could be another year. What a waste of time and money. This item has been studied to death. My 3 minutes aren't enough time to address all the issues, but others will. I think our first selectman and Selectman Litvak and Fire Assistant Chief Kick have put the case very well. But as our fellow members and residents speak, please listen to them thoughtfully. How would you vote if it were in your district? Please vote no to delete $100,000 from the capital budget. Thank you.
Jeffrey Stewart, and then Mr. Broadhurst, you can give your district report. I didn't see your name
there. Good evening. I'm Jeffrey Stewart, and currently I live in District 7 in the center of town, very close to all emergency services. But for about 20 years, I lived in backcountry near the public golf course and miles from the nearest firehouse. At a number of meetings, including the Northwest Greenwich Association, my neighbors and I discussed how worried we were to be so far from the nearest firehouse. We knew that if we had a fire, we would be on our own for a good portion of the start of the fire, which would ultimately seem like an eternity, because 8 minutes can be a long time if there's a fire in your house. My family and I took what steps we could on our own. We installed remotely monitored smoke detectors in every room and every corridor and every hallway of the house. We developed an escape plan, which we taught to our children. We installed 16 industrial-sized fire extinguishers located all over the house. When each of the people on the RTM tonight, each of you go home, I'd like to ask you to do a visualization exercise. Sit down and close your eyes and picture yourself and your children lying in bed, and all of a sudden it becomes apparent that you have a fire in your house. And then the reality sets in that help is going to take at least 8 minutes to get to you. People should not have to live in fear and fending for themselves in case of a fire. It's time to fix this problem. It's past time to fix this problem, and do it before someone, perhaps a child, dies.
Thank you. Mr. Broadhurst, to be followed by Monica Prohoda.
Mr. Moderator, fellow members, District 5 voted to support the BOC motion to delete 1141. The belief was that we should find out if we need to relocate some of the other firehouses to provide better coverage across the town. And if the indication was that we would have to move one of the other firehouses, the study of the $75,000 outcome might be different. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Prohoda, to be followed by Candace Garthwaite.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator, fellow RTM members. I am Monica Prohoda and a member of Old District 6 from Greenwich, Old Greenwich. I'd like to ask you about your safety. If you, your son or daughter, wife or husband, best friend, or anyone you love were in a collision in the northwest corner of Greenwich, would you be grateful to know There is a nearby fire station with trucks sparing the jaws of life to extricate you or your loved one from your vehicle. I would. In April, 2 school buses collided there. We have school children in the northwest corner of Greenwich 5 days a week and on weekends for sports and other school events. Do you want those kids and teachers to receive the fastest response time possible? You bet I do, and I do not have children there. If your home were on fire, would you feel the same gratitude to know fire trucks were but a few minutes away? I would, and I do, in Old Greenwich. They're 2 blocks from my house. I've been in contact with Farmer John Augustine of Augustine's Farm in the northwest corner of Greenwich. John's livelihood is the farm, and John strongly urges the RTM to approve a location and a firehouse in the northwest corner where his farm is. I'm sure you've seen this car sticker that I have. No farms, no food. I support our first selectman, Peter Hesse, Selectman Litvak, and Selectman Toner, our BET, and our Greenwich experts who know the best, our firefighters. Safety is a must-have expenditure.
30 seconds.
Please join me in supporting the $100,000 to put that money toward land and a fire station in the northwest corner of Greenwich. This is a matter of life and death now. Thank you.
Thank you. Candace Garthwaite to be followed by Brendan D. Simone.
Good evening. Candace Garthwaite, District 6. And please vote no on this motion on the amendment to eliminate this $100,000 for the Northwest property due diligence. Northwest residents and District 10 RTM members have been consistent and clear and persistent about their concerns around fire coverage in the Northwest. We all know that this is an area with residences, nursing homes, schools, clubs, and it abuts the Westchester Airport. Senior fire officials, the first selectman, the BET, all believe that it's necessary to move forward with this project. And it's necessary to do the appropriate due diligence required to make sure that we are doing the appropriate planning and therefore our decision making is sound. A no vote on this motion is consistent with our town values. And one of those values is to provide a high level of services, including safety coverage townwide. Another value is to improve the planning and the due diligence on capital projects. And this item is an important step forward in addressing this safety concern. So please, let's remember our values with the town of Greenwich, and let's support this important item. So please vote no.
Thank you. Brendan D. Simone to be followed by Brooks Harris. I do have the result of the BOC motion to reduce the 38,000. Those in favor, 128, opposed 62, abstaining 1. That motion is carried. Brendan D. Simone be followed by Brooks Harris. And I ask the following speaker to please come forward.
Oh, hey there, I'm Brendan D. Simone. I lived in the backcountry, a new resident, for nearly 5 years. I've never in a million years imagined that I'd feel unsafe living in Greenwich, Connecticut. This is an embarrassment. This is being debated any longer. Come on. Please vote no to delete the $100,000 from the budget.
Thank you. Brooks Harris to be followed by Nancy Gray. Nancy Gray to be followed by Gerald Anderson. He passed. Nancy Gray is coming, and Jerry Anderson will follow.
Hi, I'm also a resident of D10, and I've been on the RTM since 2014. In 2015, I got involved in the fire services issue because I was on the Finance Committee, and Chairman Mike Warner at the time established a small task force to do a deep dive into the operations of the Greenwich Fire Department and really understand what their issues were around efficiency and effectiveness. And Rebecca Steinfeld from District 11 was on that committee with me, and another gentleman who has since retired. But it seems like yesterday. And at that time, I had the privilege of getting to know really all the nuts and bolts of the Greenwich Fire Department, and also getting to know a lot about the workings of the volunteers in town, because they are also supported, or they, at that time, it wasn't as deep a support, but they're supported by the Greenwich Fire Department as well. They have a liaison. At the time of that study in 2014 with the RTM Finance Committee, it became clear that there were a few issues that needed to be addressed around efficiency. One of them was around the optimal number of firefighters in a 24/7 station. And there were some stations that had 2 round-the-clock firemen, and then there were 2 other stations with 4. And at that time, the proposal for the Northwest Station involved the vision of having 4 round-the-clock firemen at the new Northwest Station. And so that was one of the reasons that I abstained at that time on that proposal. The other was that there seemed to be some kind of tension that was unresolved between the volunteers in town and the career fire professionals. And both of those issues over the last 3 or 4 years have been addressed and really thoughtfully experimented with. And
20 seconds.
Okay, so I think the situation is different now. I think our education as a town is pretty remarkable on this subject. It's a complex subject. It's shape-shifting. It's constantly inviting people's opinions about the exact best right answers. Okay. Anyway, I think we know enough, and it is really important not to delay on something this important. So please vote no to delete. Thank you.
Jerry Anderson to be followed by Patty Roberts.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator, fellow members. I'm sorry that I don't remember how long I've been on the RTM. I've been on so long that I just can't remember what it was, but we'll have to say I've been a long time.
It's over 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
I know because Jerry got the RTM to be the first town body on the internet.
There we go. So I'd like to make it clear that I agree that a town-wide study of fire department efficiency is a good idea. But improved efficiency will not prevent a home from burning down in Northwest Greenwich. Only a Northwest Greenwich fire station can do that. As the BET and the selectmen have affirmed, the location of a Northwest fire station should and must run concurrently with the town-wide fire study. So tonight, I ask you to vote with your heart and to do the right thing. Vote no to cutting funds for the Northwest Fire Station due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Roberts to be followed by Laura Costin.
Hi,
I'm Patty Roberts from District 5. I urge you to vote yes to reduce the item by $100,000 to allow the town to complete the independent study so we can determine where the right spot is for each fire station. I think to determine to do it concurrently is not responsible, and I think the citizens of the of Greenwich expect us to spend our money the way we would spend it ourselves. If this was my land, I'd want to know where I should be putting it before I spend the money for the due diligence. Thank you.
Laura Costin to be followed by Nancy Cooper.
Members of the RTM, I'm speaking tonight in favor of the Northwest Fire Station. I've been asked to read these remarks on behalf of Marina Levine, a resident from District 7, who regrets that she could not attend tonight. Her life was forever altered by 6 minutes. Her remarks are as follows. I've been following the local news stories about the Budget Committee vote to pull funding from a potential firehouse that would serve the backcountry community. I would like to share my experience and walk you through what it's like to lose your home. I grew up in Great Neck, New York. When I was 13, I was away at sleepaway camp. I was having dinner at the cafeteria, and one of the counselors came over to me and handed me a note. It was a torn piece of white paper with a number written in ballpoint black ink. It said, "Call your mom," and it listed a strange phone number. When I spoke to my mother, I learned that our house had caught fire. She assured me that the damage was minor and that she was not hurt. When I returned home from camp, I realized this was not reality. The fire nearly killed her and my 7-year-old brother. My brother was so scared and stunned at what was happening, he could not move. My mother ran through the flames to save him. To this day, she has scars all over her body. The fire was caused by faulty wiring in their basement. It was up the stairs within seconds and the rest of the house within 2 to 3 minutes. Everything was lost. The remnants of the house were condemned. We had to rebuild, but not before we had to deal with the insurance company. They made sure to nickel and dime us on every item, every fork, on every memory. The fire department did an amazing job. They came in 6 minutes. Had they come any later, the fire would have easily spread to our neighbor's home. The reason I retained such minutia about these events, including the ink on the note, is because that's what trauma does. It creates an imprint forever. I urge the RTM to do what is right and not eliminate funding for the backcountry firehouse. It would be an abdication of responsibility to remove available funding from a community service that would directly prevent devastating loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Cooper to be followed by David Blob.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Cooper from District 5, and I'm up here because I've taken my responsibilities of the RTM from talking to a lot of my neighbors and their expectations on how we do our job. And it was clear to me in the numerous meetings we've had on this topic that there is not consensus of opinion on what are the metrics and whether there aren't other areas of the town where similar concerns are shared. And I believe that we need to do, and I was very glad to see the BET vote to do the study unanimously, which may say to you, a study is needed so we have an independent view of what is the state of the world in this town. The second thing is I'm also a financial person, and the nature of this decision, the estimate I've seen of the operating costs of doing another fire station is around $3 million or so a year. And so if you look at the long-term value of that decision on the town, that's a $100 million decision. So to me, it is inappropriate to start a decision of that magnitude without having an independent person providing you with their assessment. So I vote yes to the motion to eliminate the $100,000 of expense. Thank you.
Thank you. David Blob to be followed by Dan Quigley.
Hi, I'm Dave Blob from District 10. I think my wife will tell you that public speaking is significantly outside my comfort zone, so I hope you'll accept my apologies before I start. I joined the RTM last October hoping to represent District 10. And this is the first real issue where I feel like I have something to represent them on behalf of. I think that if you look at a map, you can see that, even if you put Round Hill in here, there's a large swath of Greenwich that cannot have travel times less than 7 minutes. I live here, and it's 7 miles from Glenville to my house. So the chance that they would be there in less than 7 minutes is nearly impossible. 4 minutes would be unattainable. I think, people have made a lot of points on the cost side. I think on the revenue side, I would say Greenwich has a $50 billion grand list, and it deserves superior fire protection. My understanding is that most of the town has it, but some areas do not, in particular Northwest Greenwich. In particular, we have some of the longest travel times as it's served by Glenville and North Street. North Street's very far away. And we pay the same taxes as the rest of Greenwich. We're clearly getting subpar service. In particular, there's a high volume area of Northwest Greenwich. We can disagree about the volume, but there's several institutions on there with either high risk or high capacity, 2 schools and a mega church, and 3 nursing homes and a rehab center. Those people deserve high quality fire service. Let's see. Recognizes this, the town came up with 3 properties. I think District 10 has encouraged them to consider a 4th property, Round Hill, recognizing Richard Newman's comments that Round Hill has adequate travel times to most of Northwest Greenwich. We believe that Round Hill would be an interesting site. We think it's complicated, but we believe it's one that the town should consider. When Ms. Jansen brought up the town-wide studies before, I thought it was interesting that she pointed out that she wanted there to be a independent study. However, I would note that there was not a study done in 2018 or requested in 2018. So it seems interesting that that is only being responded to after the ZOMR was passed, which does make it seem like gamesmanship. And I guess finally I would just make one last comment, which is that to me it's just shocking being on the RTM, the distrust of elected officials and professionals in the field. I feel like the selectman has no interest in doing this outside of the honest safety of the town, and nor would the fire department leadership. I think to second guess them is just unbelievable to me. Thank you for your time. I encourage you to vote no to the resolution.
Thank you very much. Dan Quigley, be followed by Alan Small.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Board of Selectmen, Selectman Tessie, fellow RTM members. Before I get started, I just want to say thank you to all of the committees that worked really hard on the budget process, BET, BOE, BOC. You do an amazing amount of work, and I think you guys all deserve a round of applause for all the stuff you did leading up to this meeting tonight. So thank you very much. On to this issue. I like it when I come up to speak and no one really talks about what I want to talk about, and I listen to 15 or 20 people talk, and no one kind of hits on the points. I want to talk about something very boring, which is process. Process is something that we don't like, but it's the glue of our government, and it provides a roadmap for getting things done, and it maintains a laser focus on achieving the right results for our constituents. No one likes process when we go to the DMV or when we have a renovation project and we have to obtain permits and go to town hall and go through that. It's mundane, it's filled with a lot of laborious things, and it takes time. I understand the emotion in this issue, especially with the people of District 10, who genuinely want this firehouse built. I'd like to see it built, but I'd like to see it built after an independent study confirms that it's needed. That will go a long way to bridge the divide between the two sides of this story which exists now. Both sides have sent out emails with lots of studies and numbers and statistics that are sort of rendered as inefficient or untrue by the other side. The study is going to provide us with a real roadmap toward what the town needs. And if the study recommends a District 10 firehouse, we will all be behind it. And all the divisiveness over this topic, which has existed for the last few years, will evaporate. I'm on the Finance Committee. Everyone there basically committed to support this if the study finds that it should be there. I also think that it's important for us to allow the process to move forward in the way it should. No one who's ever done a renovation project to add a pool to their house would go out and begin paying for contracts to build the pool before they got a permit.
30 seconds.
What we need to do here is allow the process to move forward. It's been a long time coming. District 10 has waited. The process should take another 12 to 16 weeks, according to a lot of people I've spoken to allow the study to complete. And once it's done, it will render its conclusions. And upon those conclusions, we as a town can make decisions that will have consensus and move Greenwich forward. Thank you very much.
Alan Small to be followed by Dan Ozismir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm a member of the Northwest Greenwich Association Board, and I'm here to read a letter from our chairman, Al Williams. I hope you remember him. He was a volunteer fire chief in Tarrytown, and he, as I mentioned, chairs the Northwest Association. He says, tonight's motion by the BOC forces each of you to ultimately decide the fate of a $100,000 budget line item towards the GEMS combined Northwest Fire Station siting process. With that decision comes very serious implications for future protection and life safety of homeowners, office workers, students, church parishioners, motorists, and elderly assisted living residents. During the budget process, you become well informed by your fire commissioner, our fire chiefs, and other town officials who provided years of incident data records on the travel time problem in Northwest Greenwich. Yet there continues a push, yet again, for more detailed analysis. Why must we spend more taxpayer money on an independent outside consultant to validate the need for a Northwest fire station when it's obvious to us who live there? You've heard the justification from our own highly experienced and skilled fire professionals and should not attempt to substitute your late judgment for professional recommendations from the fire commissioner and fire chiefs and the data that they analyze. Certain members of the BOC will never trust the data coming from the fire administration, and who's to say they'll ever accept findings from a study that's done because it's likely it may side with the fire commissioner and fire chiefs that a Northwest fire station is indeed needed very much. And as you've heard from the fire chiefs, their crews respond to a host of other serious emergencies besides fighting fires. The school bus accident on King Street back in April was but one classic example of how vulnerable the Northwest Corridor is, especially during congested daytime hours. A 4-minute response time by GFD apparatus and personnel isn't possible. The Northwest community has repeatedly pleaded for over 15 years with town officials in this body to take action to remedy the fire protection deficiency, but to no avail. But we are asking you to move this forward tonight, please, so that, because we take pride in how it takes care of and supports funding better facilities and service for all its citizens.
30 seconds.
Especially children and seniors. There's New Lebanon School, the town pool, MISA, GHS, Nathaniel Witherall. But in our area, we have Greenwich American Center, Brunswick School, Sacred Heart. The nursing homes contain many young and elderly citizens. So we ask you to please turn down this motion to reduce the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Ozismir to be followed by Tim Alexander.
Thank you. Dan Ozismir from District 5. I'm going to try to go through a few points and maybe cover some comments that have been made tonight. The first thing is we talk about the importance of safety and the fact that we need to invest in safety. We should all be comfortable that Greenwich does do that. Greenwich spends $26.5 million on their fire protection. That's over $4 million per station for the 6 stations that we have, professional stations. A town like Darien, who cares as much about their safety, spends $1.1 million. They are an all-volunteer force. No one here in this room is suggesting that we should become an all-volunteer force, but I think it's important that when we think about the commitment that our town bodies, the RTM, BET, the First Selectmen, and all the citizens who are the taxpayers, everyone has made an incredible commitment to public safety, including fire. The second comment I would have is that a lot of the, anecdotes and the stories we've heard tonight certainly apply to the Northwest, but they apply to the entire town as well. We had a neighbor in Greenwich who was half a mile from a fire station, and it took 10 minutes for a responder to get there. Now, that was a unique circumstance, but the fact is, if you look at travel times, the Northeast and the Northwest both have about 7 minutes 40 average response time. The town average is 5.5 minutes. So the fact is there is certainly a difference, okay? And everyone is concerned about response times, but it isn't just a Northwest issue. This particularly came up when we looked at the data. I know there's discussions here about gamemanship, that those on the BOC, and it wasn't just the BOC that looked at the information with the First Selectman and the fire department, that we looked at the data and we could never be convinced that this was the right move. Well, I looked at the data. There's a lot of people in this room. I would hazard to guess if every one of you looked at the data with the same amount of time and effort that I looked at the data, you would not be sure that this is the right solution. We've talked in the past about should fire stations be moved around. Maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. But when we look at the data, we also see that there are issues far more than travel time that we have to deal with the fire department. We have turnout times by their own data that average 2 minutes, when industry standards are 1 minute 20 seconds is the max, and averaging generally about 1 minute in other fire departments. So there's a lot of things we can do to improve fire coverage in this town. And I would be very happy, ultimately, to not argue about this a year from now. But I do think we need to know how the entire town should be set up before we endeavor to make a final decision.
Oh, time's
Thank
up.
you.
All right, Tim Alexander, to be followed by Rob Pirelli-Minetti.
Look out here. Thank you for the opportunity
All right,
to...
Yes, hang on, let me just go to next. So Mike Basham. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay?
Yep.
Thanks. First of all, I want to say that I'm here in opposition to the motion to delete the $100,000 for the due diligence towards siting and analysis of a Northwest Greenwich fire station. In plainer English, I support spending $100,000 to move the long-delayed project forward to a responsible completion without further delays, off-target studies, or conceptual acrobatics. So I've agreed with many people who also support this $100,000 funding, but I want to say a couple of things and not repeat too much about it. We've been told that there's some magic called an independent study. I'm not sure what that means, but if any evidence of the independent studies that are floating around in opposition to this proposal is any indication, they're not going to be independent at all. Secondly, the idea that a study that would incorporate an evaluation of the entire fire and emergency response system of this complex community could even be started in 16 weeks is beyond imagination. And to think that something that would take on every issue that we've been looking at and that is targeted in the report that was sponsored by the executive is something that is just beyond me. I have a background in geographic information systems and applied mapping, And there were, for example, the idea that the hotspot that was used as one way to illustrate a complex issue was somehow contrived, like making an apartment building I'll try to conclude by saying that the report that was the basis of the recommendation to go ahead with this funding was fundamentally sound, and I saw no bias. What I did see was targeting the issue, and anybody who looks at a map of Greenwich can't help but imagine that this enormous area, 20% of the land area of our community, isn't in need of a fire station without delay.
Thank you. Mike Basham, to be followed by Richard Newman.
Good evening. Mike Basham from District 5. I'm new to the RTM, so this issue was one I was not familiar with when I got elected to office. I wasn't familiar with it until last fall when Rob Pirelli-Minetti, our chairman of finance, asked me to do a report for the Finance Committee. In that process, I talked to ISO representatives at length. I talked to fire marshals. I talked to insurance adjusters at Chubb, who insures a lot of property, particularly back in Northwest Greenwich. And the issue that rose there was water, lack of water. As far as I was concerned, as long as that issue was addressed, then it was not a problem. I subsequently found out, again, talking to some of the professionals in the industry, that the vast majority of fires, and there are very few fires in this day and age. As a matter of fact, in this town over the last 6 years, we've averaged about 24 structural fires in town. Very few of those back in Northwest, by the way. But anyway, I found out that 95% or more of the fires can actually be handled with the water on the truck, less than 100 gallons, maybe a couple hundred gallons. Water ceased to be an issue for me. In talking to one of the strongest proponents of the Northwest Fire Station one evening, I told this individual that I had an open mind on the issue, that as far as I was concerned, the real issue was probably a location. I wasn't in favor of King Street because the service area, half the service area was in New York State. Maybe a more central location would work. A neighbor of mine who lives in Riverside read about all of this in the newspaper, about the 4-minute response time and what have you, and his house burned down 2 years ago in Riverside. Maybe Dan and I are talking about the same incident, but I'll give you the specifics. He lives less than half a mile from Station 5, Sound Beach. He left for work. His wife called, there's a fire. He told her to call the fire department. From the time she called the fire department to the time the first engine showed up was almost 9 minutes, 8 minutes and 23 seconds. She thinks it was longer. And it suddenly occurred to me, wait a minute, this makes no sense. This is in Riverside, which is a half a mile from Sound Beach and probably a mile and a half from Coscob. And talking to the Chief Kick, and he gave me the incident report. What had happened is Sound Beach had been sent to deal with a gas leak at New Country Audi in West Putnam Avenue.
30 seconds.
It still didn't make any sense. And I thought, we've got a bigger issue here than just Northwest Greenwich. As it turns out, as we've analyzed the data, that, by the way, for those of you in the room, when we requested the data, the group that I worked with requested the data from the fire department, we had to FOIA to get it, which really doesn't make a lot of sense. But my point is, we've got a bigger issue here. It's not Northwest. I said at the BET meeting that I would support if an independent analysis, not a politically driven analysis, if an independent analysis
Thank you very much.
supports the Northwest Fire Station, it has my vote, and I will encourage others to support it as well.
Richard Newman, to be followed by Paul Olmsted.
Good evening again. We are discussing fire studies tonight. Career firefighters located in the Round Hill Firehouse, along with supported volunteers, should be seriously considered as a solution to the Northwest fire response problem, and District 10 unanimously agrees. I'm the chair of Town Services, so I have a history in this discussion, and I'm a chief officer in the Greenwich Fire Department, so I believe I have an informed opinion. As a member of the committee that was formed to respond to the SOMR for fire coverage in Northwest Greenwich, I suggested that the Round Hill Firehouse be looked at to house career firefighters. The administration report on the Northwest Fire SOMER dismissed the idea because of a supposed response time problem from Round Hill. The dismissed proposal prompted me to do a little more research. I looked at 5 years of response times from the Round Hill station. I found that the fire engine from Round Hill arrived at incidents in its district in less than 8 minutes, 90.2% of the time. That meets the NFPA standard that we keep hearing about. It is also equivalent with every engine south of the Parkway and better than any engine north of the Parkway. If career staff were in the station 24/7, I believe those numbers would be even better. I looked into the fire, into every fire over 5 years, including the recent last summer's Locust Road fire. It took the Round Hill engine 6 minutes and 30 seconds to travel there from their station. I did not find a major fire where the Round Hill response took longer than 7 minutes and 10 seconds. I brought my proposal to District 10 at their April meeting. I showed them my findings, and they agreed to come before the RTM and BET and ask you to include Round Hill in any future plans for a Northwest Firehouse. These are the same people who you supported with the SOMER and are asking for better fire coverage of us. They voted unanimously to support exploring Round Hill in more detail. I am voting to keep the $100,000 in the budget and hope the administration, the BET, and the First Selectman's Office has the wisdom to not waste that money before a study of Round Hill and the entire fire department is completed.
30 seconds.
Not only could we save the $100,000 or some of it, but a Round Hill option could also save us the $8 to $10 million cost of a new station on King Street. I will be happy to share my findings with the RTM and the BET at their convenience. Thank you.
Paul Olmsted to be followed by Marita Hamrin.
Good evening. I support the motion to cut the proposed funding for the property evaluation for a Northeast fire station. It's premature. I understand that many residents in District 10 believe they are getting inferior fire service, but the evidence turns out to be not so clear. It turns out that the travel time maps that the fire department's been showing, which are incorrectly labeled response times, use a calculated drive time rather than the actual drive times that the firefighters take when they have their lights and sirens going. The actual average time turned out to be about 20% quicker, perhaps because lights and sirens make a difference. It turns out that the hotspot on King Street results from calls from 8 institutions that all have fire suppression systems and professional staffs, and most of these calls were false alarms, not including burnt toast, which is not a false alarm. It turns out that the Northwest hotspot has about 1 response every 10 days, but looks almost as intense as the hotspot downtown, which gets 1.5 alarms every day. Turns out that the data shows response times in Northwest Greenwich are virtually the same as in the Northeast and very close to the response times in mid-country. It turns out the fire department did not include volunteer responses, even though volunteers accounted for about 1/4 of first responders in the rural parts of Greenwich. The analyses that Mike Spilo and other individual RTM members have conducted have not been vetted through the committee process, as an email we all received says. The answer is not to ignore the analyses and rush to buy a property. The answer is to have a third party do a proper evaluation, which the town has not done yet, and then buy, if appropriate. Thank you.
Marita Hamray to be followed by Bruce Flug.
We've been told that a vote against the Northwest Firehouse due diligence study is not, the vote to delete the funding is not a vote against having a firehouse. It is merely a vote to delay until we get results from the $75,000 town-wide study that we approved earlier in the evening. This seems to be a magic study that will be done for $75,000 in 12 to 16 weeks. And we are told from various speakers tonight that from this $75,000 12 to 16-week study, we will understand the entire town's fire situation. We will get a real roadmap toward what the town needs. We will find out what is the state of the world in this town. We will find out if we should relocate any of the other firehouses. We will find out what the right spot for each fire station will be. And best of all, we will no longer, best of all, our divisiveness will evaporate. I'm skeptical. I've never seen a description of what this study will include. So far, the scope of the study and the purpose of the study has not been described. I asked the BET member who came to our district meeting what the study was going to study. He did not know. It has not been determined yet. So to say that we know that based on this study, we are going to know what is needed in the northwest corner of Greenwich is unrealistic at best. It is simply another delay. If we want proper process, we've been going through the process for over 15 years, and the next step in that process is to go through the due diligence and look at the various possible sites that have been suggested to see which one is the best, most efficient, best for our town, best for the safety of the Northwest. No further study is needed to show that you simply cannot get to here from here or from any of these fire stations down here or even possibly from Round Hill, but that could be included in the study. We don't need a study, and to try and use studies that are based purely on average drive times does not acknowledge the range of drive times, and that's what a Northwest fire station would handle, is the extremes that are in the Northwest that simply cannot be covered, cannot be reached by in the reasonable amount of drive time from the existing stations. No more studies will change the distance and thus the travel time that it takes to reach the northwest corner. So please vote no on the motion to delete. Thank you.
Bruce Flug, to be followed by Barbara Hinman.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I'm optimistic. I've only been on the RTM since October, so I'm brand new and naive, so I guess I'm naively optimistic. So anyway, I'm with District 5. I feel that we should approve the motion to eliminate the Northwest Fire property due diligence from the budget. The BET passed unanimously the need for an in-depth townwide study of the fire capability and accountability. The BET's strong vote was based on their belief that there's a lack of comprehensive independent townwide assessment of actual lights and sirens incident. Response time statistics by station and volume, which includes volunteers. Such a study will provide the basis to understand how townwide fire services can be applied for the maximum benefit of all residents. I strongly believe in process. So I believe that appropriating funds for the purpose of conducting property due diligence before an independent study is completed is not the proper sequence. Property due diligence states action, such as filing for permits and applications with the P&Z and the intent to make purchase proposals to landowners. I didn't understand until tonight that 3 properties had already been identified. This is premature. It is in my opinion that if the study indicates inadequacies in the fire services, then we should address those and appropriately remediate, regardless of where, and including if they're identified in the Northwest Corridor. But I do feel that we should eliminate the $100,000, the cost for the property due diligence now, and instead focus on a townwide study. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara Hinman, to be followed by Hillary Gunn.
Good evening, I'm Barbara Hinman. I'm an RTM member in District 12. And I support the site assessment and property due diligence for Northwest Fire Station. This has been a concern of our Northwest neighbors and the fire department for many years. And I agree with the BET that it should run concurrently with a townwide study of fire department efficiency. Don't think they have to be mutually exclusive or one before the other. Please vote no to cutting funds for the Northwest Fire Station site evaluation.
Thank you. Hillary Gunn, to be followed by Sue Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, members of the RTM. I'm here tonight to ask you to vote in favor of the BOC motion to cut $100,000 for the due diligence study. We are all so sick of this debate. I've only been here 4 years, and I can't imagine talking about this next year. So let's get a holistic, unbiased approach. The emails, even coming out this afternoon, highlight bias coming from all sides. It's not a climate to take a financial risk. Let's cut the $100,000 from the budget. And nobody is debating that the Berica report was sound, but it was also 1989. It was the year I was born. Things are different now. And let's get a new perspective. A lot of things have changed, and let's not fight about this. Let's gain consensus and move forward one way or another. Thank you.
Sue Khanna, to be followed by Brian Rainey.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Sue Khanna from District 11, and I support both the due diligence for the Northwest Fire Station and the independent study of townwide fire operations. These two projects can and should proceed concurrently, as one does not preclude the other. I will vote no on the motion to delete the $100,000 designated for property due diligence. I hope that you will too. Lately, I felt caught in a crossfire of claims and data about response times, hotspots, and the application of various standards across various parts of town. So it is partly for this reason that I am in favor of an independent study of our townwide fire operations. But this independent study should not be confused with the due diligence for the Northwest Station, and it is this due diligence that we should protect tonight. We have a professional, highly educated, and experienced leadership team within the Greenwich Fire Department. They understand our town, its needs, our fire equipment, and importantly, what standards should be applied to assess its performance. While it is certainly appropriate for the RTM to review these recommendations and by all means ask the tough questions and push for comprehensiveness in their work, but the experience of our career fire department leaders in this case leads me to support their conclusion that the Northwest Station should continue to be investigated. And that is all we are doing at this point, investigating. We are conducting due diligence for potential properties with $100,000 budget. No station will be constructed until the RTM approves a budget, and it will not be this fiscal year. Fire coverage gaps in the Northwest have been considered problematic for decades. A station has been the priority of our 6 times elected first selectman throughout his terms. Our neighbors in the northwest part of Greenwich, along with the substantial daytime populations of students, office workers, healthcare workers, churchgoers, patients, and others, should be protected just like the rest of Greenwich. Let's defeat this motion to cut the due diligence and move in the direction of safety for all. Thank you.
Brian Rainey, to be followed by Bob McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brian Rainey, District 9. I, too, am new to the RTM, so I was shocked that, given this history, we don't have facts on this. Looking at it, I feel like Fox Mulder from the X-Files. I want to believe, and yet Mr. Tessie's presentation was woefully lacking. It did not establish a differential of service, which I thought would be obvious. That was a simple question. I come to you and urge you to cut the funding today for the due diligence. Not for that reason, but for the matter of control. Mr. Tessie also, in his presentation before the RTM, stated that he intended to acquire land this year. If you want to exercise control over this process, I urge you to vote for the cut. Whether you are against the firehouse, a skeptic such as I am, or even if you are in favor of the firehouse but want other options such as Round Hill. So again, I urge you to support the cut.
Bob McKnight, to be followed by Brian Mallon.
Good evening. I'm Bob McKnight from District 4. You've heard the debate both pro and con. I simply have three plain speak issues. The first of which being this process to bring fire coverage to Northwest Greenwich is long overdue. It's simply long overdue. Second, it's purely a public safety issue. I don't think any family in the town of Greenwich should go to sleep at night feeling less secure and less safe than any other family in any other district. Not in the town of Greenwich. Third, as Tip O'Neill once said, all politics is local. Any major conflagration in North and West Greenwich is going to require fire apparatuses coming from other districts, i.e. Byram, i.e. my districts. That's going to leave us vulnerable and in jeopardy. I urge you to vote to fund both of these items. Thank you.
Brian Mallon to be followed by Rachel Khanna.
Hi, I'm Brian Mallon from District 9. Most of my thoughts on this topic have already been shared tonight, so I'm going to be very, very brief. I believe now more than ever, like our peer communities, we must be extremely careful and prudent in our added spending. Therefore, I support the BOC motion. I believe we should complete the independent fire study first, then review the results, and if appropriate, incorporate them into the land acquisition process, which can be funded through an interim appropriation. Thank you.
Rachel Khanna to be followed by Dean Goss.
Mr. Moderator, fellow RTM members, my name is Rachel Khanna. I'm an RTM member in District 10. On May 2nd, the fire alarm went off in our home. It took a truck 9 minutes to come to our home on John Street from Glenville, and I don't even live in the furthest corner of Greenwich. Cutler Road, Bedford Road, Locust Road, Day Road, Creamer Hill, Richmond Hill, Cliffdale, and North King Street are just some of the many roads located north of me. On April 3rd, it took 13 minutes to get to an electrical fire on Cutler Road. 6 months ago, it took 15 minutes to get to a fire on Buckfield Lane. And in August 2018, it took a truck 11 minutes to get to a fire on Locust Road, and the house burned to the ground. That's more than double the standard the Greenwich Fire Department tries to achieve. How safe would you feel if it took that long to get to your house? Greenwich is a town that values fiscal prudence. I agree that we should not be spending taxpayers' money frivolously. However, I don't think it is fiscally prudent to defer spending on projects that have been identified by the First Selectman, the Greenwich Fire Department, and the BT as being critical to the town. I think everyone will agree that it's fiscally prudent to have insurance. A fire station in Northwest Greenwich will provide the insurance we need to ensure that no lives and property are lost. Some have suggested that we wait to do the Northwest Greenwich Fire Station property due diligence until after the townwide study is completed. There is no reason both can't proceed at the same time and one can't inform the other. No study will fix travel times. I urge you to vote against the BOC motion to delete the $100,000 allocated to the Northwest Fire Station property due diligence in the budget now, so that people who live in the Northwest area do not have to wait 9, 13, 14, 15 minutes or more to get fire trucks to their homes in an emergency. Thank you.
Dean Goss to be followed by Holt Thrasher.
I ask you to support the BOC motion. I don't think this issue really has been studied to death, because if it was, things would be more obvious to us. We have this that everyone's pointing to. Then we hear that the response times actually in this part of town, and really a lot of the rest of the town, are similar. We have our professional staff here that are very much for the Northwest Fire Station. Then you read stories in the Greenwich Time, and actually we heard minutes from other RTM meetings and BOC meetings at our last BOC meeting, that in the not too distant past, we had one fire chief who thought we could do with one less fire station, and that didn't even include the Northwest Fire Station. But he was thinking in terms of moving a few of the stations around. And that's also something we've got to be open to. It's not just the Northwest people here. It's, this study could come out and say, we need to move this station here, or do this, or do that. And the people doing this study, it's my understanding that they do this kind of thing all the time. They're doing it for Wilton. It does seem like a short amount of time that they're taking on this study, but what's 3 more months on this thing? I just think it's the right thing to do to just give this a little more time. We're in favor of an interim appropriation if it does come out that we need this station after all. So let's just bite the bullet and just wait until the study comes out and then proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Holt Thrasher, to be followed by Mimi Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hi, I'm Holt Thrasher. I'm a 20-plus year veteran of District 10 in the backcountry. My family have lived here since early 1996. I'm speaking to confirm my full support for the request to study for the Northwest Fire Station. I also think that we should do the efficiency study. I'll save you a lot of time, and that Sue Khanna and Rachel Khanna's comments, I think, were completely accurate. I completely agree with them. I'm not going to repeat their points. Just as a background on my own personal and professional career, I've worked in the information technology industry for over 30 years, where I had several clients nationally who offered E911 services for emergency dispatch, mobile 911 services, local police, fire, local communications on fire trucks. I've watched them design and put maps in pretty much across the country. I kind of felt compelled to talk on this because, having looked at that for almost 25 years and then seeing the debate here in town, I was kind of shocked that we were having the debate. And I said, look, the only question you really need to know is, do you have a gap in coverage? Every resident of the town deserves equal coverage. And based on the information in hand, it was my view that there were serious gaps in Northwest Greenwich. I also thought this was a very easy issue, and that it can be resolved with one single and immediate act, which is just to approve the study. Therefore, as fire risk is a more serious issue, I don't know how many other issues the RTM deals with. I'm not on the RTM, where you're basically gambling with people's lives by delaying things. To me, that's kind of irresponsible. So I would say you've been pretty lucky so far. I've watched 3 houses burn down within a mile of my own house in the last 7 years. Only on one occasion did the fire truck get there before 10 minutes. So I would argue time's not on your side. It's time to act now, and I would thank you for doing so.
Thank you. Mimi Duff, to be followed by Philip Dodson.
Sorry. My name's Mimi Duff, and I live in what I call the very back country, on the Armonk border, north of the Audubon, between Riversville and Round Hill. We live on Day Road in a neighborhood along with many other Greenwich families. There are, in fact, many homes, in addition to schools, places of worship, elderly care communities, scattered throughout the northwest corner. When I was preparing for this, I pulled up Google Maps and set it to satellite mode, and I encourage you to do the same. You'll see just how many houses and concentrated communities are affected by this issue. I have 4 daughters, and we've lived in our house for 15 years. Over that time, I've seen my property taxes go up and my home value go down. With those taxes, I have had an expectation to see our roads get plowed, schools staffed, to have access to adequate fire, emergency, and police coverage, among other things. Contributing to the declining home values perhaps could be the lack of adequate fire coverage. As one realtor remarked, it might be their responsibility to inform future home buyers about the gaps in coverage. When I bought my house, I understood that I was going to be in for a longer drive to the YMCA or the library. I've come to learn that we're not often the first to be plowed out, or that the slightly colder temperatures lead to more snow and slipperier conditions in the winter. I had no idea that fire services would be rationed according to population density. I was perhaps under the misguided assumption that my taxes were going toward covering basic services for all Greenwich residents. All 4 of my kids have gone to Parkway Elementary, and I worked on North King Street for almost 7 years. Over the course of 6 years, all the kids have spent a lot of hours there at Parkway. By my calculation, almost 6,500 hours, not counting before and after school activities. These kids, as well as those at Brunswick and Sacred Heart on King Street, deserve adequate fire coverage. This is first and foremost a safety issue. In the best of weather conditions, the response times are inadequate, and given my earlier comments about backcountry roads in the winter, things can go downhill from there. To put it in perspective, at our house, we have a fire safety plan that involves all 4 of my kids jumping from an 8-foot level to the ground in the event of a fire. How many times do we have to stand in front of our neighbors telling them that we deserve fire coverage too? We can get a library card and go to our town beaches. Can we also agree that we deserve adequate fire protection without further delay? I've heard that this has been going on for 20 years. Where's our sense of humanity and our collective sense of urgency? I'm not looking for a magic carpet or a superhighway that can get me to town in 3 minutes. I'm asking for adequate fire protection for myself, my family, and my neighbors, similar to that provided to the rest of Greenwich. We're all taxpayers and we are neighbors, and we need you to make this happen for our families, not just for our grandchildren, but for the current generation. This means having 24/7 coverage available to respond within a reasonable amount of time. Let's act without delay. Vote no on the motion to delete. Thank you.
Philip Dodson to be followed by Miriam Cruiser. Miriam Cruiser to be followed by Mike Spilo.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator, fellow RTM members. My name is Miriam Cruiser, and I'm from District 7. I urge you to vote no on the motion to cut $100,000 for the Northwest Firehouse GEMS location study. I'm fully supportive of the external report, which I understand is likely to be similar to the one commissioned by our neighbors in Westport, which was called the gold standard. I think in order to vote for this motion, we must understand what we are likely to get or not get from an external study. I've read the Westport fire study. It is indeed comprehensive, although worth noting that Westport has enacted little of what the report proposed. So here are some key takeaways. 1, while we may learn a great deal about risk and safety from the independent study, the crux of the issue, i.e. the appropriate response times, will not be decided for us. The consultant, and I quote, places the responsibility for identifying appropriate response objectives on the locality. Where does that leave us, RTM? To quote Yogi Berra, it will be like deja vu all over again. It leaves us debating again. Second takeaway, the report notes that there is a possibility of moving a fire station in Westport, the Green Farm Station, to improve response times, but that since no specific location was identified as being available for acquisition, the consultant can't make that recommendation. I'm sure you can imagine the incredible frustration, or more likely anger, if similar takeaways come from our external report, with us having denied a reasonable search for property. Last takeaway. As has been said, the turnaround time for the Westport report was over a year, to my count 14 months. I raise a doubtful eyebrow to claims of 12 to 16-week turnarounds, not for the thoughtful, comprehensive scope we want, not for our large and more complex town. After all, the BET has yet to debate and establish the criteria for analysis. An RFP has not gone out, and we are more than aware from other external consultant processes that timing slippage is not a matter of if, but rather how long. So I offer the following, a different take on process. Approve the $100,000 for the location analysis. Let our approval be a strong signal to the Selectman's office to expedite their findings. Let's also let our approval be a strong signal to the BET that an external report without teeth, without concrete deliverables, is just a rather expensive free option for endless debate, or worse, an assertion that any disagreeable findings are merely a consultant's wish list. To give the external report teeth, the BET should include the findings of this location study and have the external consultant comment specifically. If not in the report, then in an addendum. Is this identified location critical? Does it ameliorate, or is it expensive, it has poor risk reward, or an outright extravagance? And by all means, include Round Hill. This line item in our budget is not a whimsical idea from a few folks. This is years, even decades, of imploring from our Northwest neighbors, coupled with actually frightening incidents in the area. There is little reason that the timing of this analysis can't come before the completion of the larger external consultant report and actually be part of it. Let's invest this $100,000 and have real credible probability of solving this problem once and for all.
Michael Spilo to be followed by John Eddy.
The Selectmen's response to the RTM SOMR was inadequate. It didn't answer the question of whether we need a Northwest Fire Station, and I'd like to highlight some of the issues with that report. It's not what they said so much as what they didn't say. They provided figures for response times in the Northwest, but they didn't provide comparable figures for response times in the Northeast. They didn't provide comparable figures for response times in Central Greenwich, and there are many problems in Central Greenwich. We were told that distance is the key, but when they calculated distance, they did not calculate it from an existing station, Round Hill Station. They calculated it from elsewhere. So the distance is not the key. It's the convenience of ignoring the Round Hill volunteers and ignoring the possibility of operating out of career firefighters out of Round Hill. They created a mountain of a hotspot out of a molehill of 186 calls over 5 years. That is negligible in the overall 15,000 calls we get in the same period throughout town. And not to mention that over 80% of those calls are false alarm. They also neglected to mention what the outlook for Round Hill is. What are we doing about Stanwich Road and Central Greenwich, where response times are even slower than in the far northwest? What are we doing about the fact that Greenwich Country Day is building a new school on Stanwich Road, where the response times are currently worse by far than they are on King Street? Brunswick, after all, has been there for 20 plus years. We deserve better than the report that we got from the selectmen. We deserve clear response, clear understanding of response times, both in the Northwest as well as how the Northwest compares to elsewhere in town. We need to have that study done independently, and we need to wait for that before we form a conclusion about where we locate fire stations and how we respond to the needs of the town as a whole. Let's wait until we have a better response than we got. Let's vote to delete this premature spending of money on properties that no one has actually determined are needed.
Thank you, John Eddy, to be followed by Glenn Canner.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator and fellow members. You know, a couple times a week I have breakfast at Joey B's, and I'm so glad that no one has asked me a question on this issue, because there have been so many different studies done, so many different bits of information, so many pieces of data that it would be impossible to have an intelligent conversation about it, because I really don't know what's so. At the crux of what we're talking about tonight is whether or not to wait and do this study that we're talking about right now until we have the larger study done. I recall a conversation with a member of the BET, who I won't point out at this point in time, a number of years ago, about the fire situation in town, and it stemmed from the study that we did last time. And in that conversation, he explained to me that in the last study, the recommendation was that we close the Coscob Firehouse, we close the old Greenwich Firehouse, and we put a firehouse up around where McDonald's is right now. Why am I mentioning this to you? And I think part of that study, if I remember it correctly as well, is if we move something to Round Hill, we'd still need to buy more property there in order to accommodate the station that would be needed there. The reason I mention this is to make the point that regardless of what the study is that comes back, we're going to have difficult decisions to make. The reason I was told that nobody followed through on the last study is no one was foolish enough to actually go through and make that recommendation, because none of us would agree to close down the Coscob station, or none of us would agree to close down the old Greenwich station in order to put a station in in Riverside. So my suggestion to you is, let's get the town-wide study done. Let's get this study done right now so that we have the information, because regardless of what the study comes back with, it's pretty obvious that we are going to need something in that Northwest area, and it's better to have the information to work with sooner rather than later. So please consider supporting please consider supporting both studies so that we have the information when we need it, so we can make an intelligent decision as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Canner.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Canner. I am a 10-year member of the Claims Committee. What we do in claims is confidential, so I can only speak in general terms. We have an excellent legal department. On the Claims Committee, we ensure that they aggressively defend all claims and lawsuits against the town. We also ensure that they are aggressively preserving our autonomy, our ability to manage our affairs as we see fit. However, increasingly, we have also been considering the issue of risk management, particularly since our deductible, our self-insured risk, has gone from $1 million to $3 million. I have been a lawyer for many years. I have done fire cases. The National Fire Protection Association standards are the gold standards. If there is a loss, the jury will be asked, has the town of Greenwich done everything it can to meet the National Fire Protection Association standards? Has the town of Greenwich done everything it can to protect life and property? This is a public proceeding. These have been public proceedings for 10 years. Public proceedings are admissible in a court of law. A jury will be told that the town of Greenwich has been deliberating this issue for 10 years. Again, the jury will be asked, has the town of Greenwich done everything it can to meet the National Fire Protection Association standards? Has the town of Greenwich done everything it can to protect life and property? And if the answer is no, they will be directed to assess damages. I would urge you to keep risk management in your deliberations. I would ask that you vote no on this motion. Thank you.
All right. I feel compelled to respond. I've been the chair of the Claims Committee for 24 years, and there is certainly a difference of opinion on this issue. There is qualified governmental immunity, and so I would challenge what we just heard, but I'm not going to argue this now. But I don't think it's fair to end on that note with that one opinion being voiced. So. All right. Will the district chairs please mark your voting cards? BOC, motion to reduce. Code 345-956, 20142 by $100,000. All right, we're going to take we're going to take this vote. I'm not going to continue for about 5 minutes. So if you need to get up and stretch, and why don't you do that? If you are in favor of deleting the $100,000, you vote yes. If you are opposed to deleting the $100,000, you vote no. All right, we have the result of the vote on the Budget Overview Committee motion to delete $100,000 for the Northwest Fire due diligence. Those in favor, 102. Opposed, 91. Abstaining, 0. That motion is carried. All right, we're going to continue. We are on page 14 of the budget book. We are now in 380 Fleet. This is where the propane fueling station is. Who is making a motion on the propane fueling station? Do you know?
Tom?
Mr. Osmer?
Yes, Lucia has asked me to make that motion on behalf of the BOC.
BOC, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The motion would be to cut propane fueling station in the fleet budget. That's capital budget. That's 922-20156. Equipment 380, propane fueling station, $200,000. 20.
All right, and that's to cut the entire amount.
Correct.
That being offered on behalf of the Budget Overview Committee, it does not require a second and is currently before us. Do we have a report on this?
Thank you. Yes.
All right, Mr. Osmer.
Okay. The BOC took up this item on the propane tank, and the reasons are as follows. Just for a little background. The town of Greenwich has determined that propane has two benefits versus diesel. One is it's 80 cents to $1 less in cost than diesel, so there's a cost savings to the town. And propane is better environmentally than diesel. So because of that, a few years ago, the town started a program of, and what they did is they bought one propane tank and they placed it on North Street near the North Street School. They spent about $200,000 on the first tank. They then started a program to take the 54 pickup trucks we have and start converting those to propane or bi-fuel trucks. Today we have 15 trucks, 15. We have one station for that. Each truck takes about 20 gallons a week for a total of about 1,000 gallons a year per truck. So we have one propane station to allow 15 trucks. Now just imagine a gas station and how many cars go into a gas station. The goal is to get from 15 trucks to the entire 54 truck fleet into propane within the next several years. The issue that came up in our analysis is that by the end of next year we'll have 20 trucks. But it seemed the idea of having two $200,000 propane filling tanks for a total of 20 trucks just visually didn't seem right. So we did do a little bit of analysis. I met with Jay, the fleet director, and as I think Alan Small did mention, Jay and I did go through some break-even analysis and basically want to get a sense of how quickly the town would be paid off for this investment. Now, just as a matter of context, when the town does their LED lighting, replacement, we're being paid back within 5 years or faster. So when we replace regular bulbs with LED bulbs, it's taking less than 5 years to get paid back on that. Now, if we assume no depreciation, we would get paid back in 24 years. So it's 5 times longer than the LED lights. Now, I know there's a comment that the town doesn't take depreciation, but frankly, that's an accounting term. When I did my analysis showing that the payback period is 238 years, I assumed that once every 40 years we would replace the tank. Now, we may or may not take depreciation, but I think it's a pretty fair guess that if we buy a tank today, within 40 years, at some point that will get replaced or have significant maintenance. So in any case, the view of the committee was that we weren't against a new propane tank, but we felt that the fleet should get bigger first, because to have 2 tanks for 15 to 20 cars, trucks, did not seem to make economic sense. I think if we got to about 40, 45 trucks, then we'd have about a 10 to 20 year payback period. That could make more sense. In any case, we did vote to delete the item. I believe the vote was 10-0. 2 other comments that were made by the committee. One is that this has no impact on services. The only reason to get this propane tank is to increase the use of propane and to save some money, but that's in the economics, that's already shown. The other comments some people on the committee made is that, well, why should we overcommit to propane? Maybe in 2 or 3 years, electric might make sense, or there's some other more environmentally friendly way to fuel the fleet. And so that was raised as, let's not overcommit. The one tank will work for now. The last comment that was made by some proponents was that it was going to take 40 minutes for trucks to get back and forth to North Street, and that would take time. Even with traffic in Greenwich, I think the North Street School is not 40 minutes from most places in Greenwich, so I certainly think the time would be less than that. Thank you.
Tom Broadhurst with the District 5 report on this motion. All right, Mr. Crowley-Minetti, you want to give your Finance Committee report?
Yes. The Finance Committee took this up on Monday night. We voted to approve the motion 10-1-0. The vote against was District 8, who thought an additional propane tank might be necessary. Most of the committee members thought it wasn't, and there were concerns that committing to propane as a technology now was probably not a great idea, given that we don't know where technology is going in the next few years. Thank you.
Alan Small, Chair of our Transportation Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. As we mentioned earlier, the Transportation Committee took this up with Jay Domesic, who came to us and presented us with 3 scenarios, sort of the least likely, medium likely, and less likely. So we took a look at the scenarios that he presented to us, and it looked like about 12 years would be the payback period on this. And now, we also took into account in our vote that our committee has been encouraging propane vehicles for years. We've been asking them, how many vehicles do you have this year, every single year, and encouraging the conversion to cleaner fuels. And as a matter of fact, just a few days before our meeting, Governor Lamont used his first executive order to encourage the state to get more propane and clean vehicles. And so we believe we should do the same thing as our town. And I don't believe that was factored in at all in the BOC analysis. But we came up with about 12 years payback. And I will say that the BOC analysis appeared to say that at about 33 vehicles, that the payback would be much better. And so 33 vehicles is where we're going to be in 2022. Now, a couple years away, the last propane installation took about a year. There's site work required, you have to order the tank. And so if we're trying to get ready and encourage the use of these vehicles and getting the maximum benefit of $1 less a gallon and 30% less emissions, we should be setting up the facilities now for that. And Jay Domesic has a history of bringing us very good solutions. I mentioned earlier the oil analyzer. And in order to be ready for 2020, our committee recognized that he should start now. It's going to take a year, and then we'll be increasing the use of propane and decreasing our emissions. So our committee voted 11-0-0 in favor of the $200,000 for the propane fueling station. So we believe that you should vote against this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Broadhurst, Chair of District 5.
Mr. Moderator, fellow members, District 5 voted to support the BOC motion to delete 1501.
Further discussion on the motion to delete the propane funding. Will the district chairs please mark your voting cards? BOC motion to eliminate $200,000 for account 380-922-20156, propane fueling station. If you are in favor of taking that money out, you vote yes on this motion of the BOC. If you want to keep that money in, you vote no. While we are voting, we will continue. We are up to, we're on page 14, 440 external entities, 680 Board of Education. This is where the Cardinal Stadium money is. Who is making that? Is that District 7? Wynn McDaniel, Chair of District 7.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, members of the RTM. Last Thursday, our district considered the Board of Ed's budget for full year 2020. In our district, there is a broad support for funding Greenwich Public Schools to maintain quality and excellence.
All right, just so timing can be handled accurately. So could you make your motion and then we'll get into discussion.
Sure. District 7 moves to reduce major projects capital field improvement by $500,000. The revised authorization expenditure would be $3.4 million. This comes out of line 956-20168.
Thank you. All right, that being offered on behalf of one of our districts, it does not require a second. It is currently before us. This is to reduce the appropriation for Cardinal Stadium improvement from $3.9 million to $3.4 million. Wynn McDaniel.
Okay, thank you. So again, in our district, there is broad support for funding Greenwich Public Schools to maintain quality and excellence in education. However, our district has significant concerns about the proposed $21 million Cardinal Stadium upgrade and expansion. We broadly support the long overdue renovation of Cardinal Stadium's grandstand bleachers and the addition of basic facilities, including bathrooms and team storage. Therefore, we support and encourage other districts to support funding Cardinal Stadium Phase 1. We have real concerns about the $6 million Phase 2 of this project, which involves the construction of new roadways and parking lots at Greenwich High School. Phase 2 is not just about Cardinal Stadium, but a major reconfiguration of the GHS campus, including adding almost 100 new parking places and a new campus entrance on the Boston Post Road. Our district needs more engagement with the Board of Ed, and therefore District 7 moves to reduce major projects Cardinal Field improvement by $500,000. This is the amount of architecture and engineering services allocated for new roads and parking lots. The revised authorized expenditure would be $3.4 million, which would cover the new bleachers, the visitor bleachers, and the other facility maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do have a list on this. Were there any other reports from committees or districts on this motion? Hearing none, we'll go to our speaker list. Our first speaker, is Kim Blank here? To be followed by Betsy Galindo.
Good evening. I'm Kim Blank, Chair of the Education Committee, member of D7, parent of 2 students at Greenwich High School, 2 students who I'll say are not athletes and are probably only going to ever appear in Cardinal Stadium when they graduate. I'm opposed to this motion to reduce. The Cardinal Stadium project has been in process for several years. The current stadium is old and deteriorating. The new plan would replace bleachers and lights, add team rooms, bathrooms, and a press box, make the facility ADA accessible, and help with security and traffic by creating a new exit onto Putnam Avenue. I'm surprised by those who say they want to cut funding because they say the public hasn't heard much about this. It's been discussed at numerous open meetings and public hearings, including meetings of the Cardinal Stadium Committee, the Board of Ed, the BET, and at the BOE master plan presentations. It's been in the papers. Several neighbors have indicated that they are aware of these plans. Since the BET met in March, the situation is even more urgent because the home side bleachers have been condemned. In fact, Greenwich High School administration has had to do creative acrobatics in order to find a way to let our seniors all graduate together, given the dire situation. The project is planned in 3 phases, and this motion would cut A&E work for the later phases. To me, this is penny wise and pound foolish. Even if ultimately you don't want to do all of the components of the full plan, at a minimum, you should understand the full plan before moving ahead with earlier phases. If you don't, you might wind up doing things in phase 1 that will make future phases harder and more expensive. There's been significant public support for this project over many years and interest in a public-private partnership. Some have raised questions about whether the current design makes the best use of the space under the bleachers, to include the team rooms, the bathrooms, and the press box. These are reasonable points, and the BET has conditioned the release of A&E funding on 2 things. First, receiving a report from the Board of Ed about the possibility of amending the design to do this, and second, understanding the private partnership opportunities for this project. This appropriation was passed in its full amount by all of the committees that considered it, including the Education Committee. While the Education Committee didn't consider this motion specifically, since it came up after they met, but we did discuss the stadium project, and everybody in the committee voiced their support for it. Remember, we have 1 high school in this town, and it's a great high school. Our athletes are a continual source of inspiration and pride. Let's get them the facilities that match their excellence. I urge you to vote no on this motion.
Betsy Galindo, to be followed by Henry Orfis.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Galindo. I'm a 20-year resident of District 7, and I'm honored to be serving on the RTM for our district. I wanted to express my support for the motion to reduce the major projects capital field improvement by the $500,000. With the recent condemnation and closure of the bleachers, their replacement now has to be at the forefront of the master plan for the stadium. It's thus imperative that all details relating to the project are fully flushed out and understood before we proceed with phases 2 and 3. I understand the project includes such features as a secondary road out to the post road. This takes the project from beyond the scope of just the high school site, impacting traffic along a major artery. So it's not just for District 7, but it impacts the residents in all the different districts, and the commuters and commercial vehicles. As such, I feel that the project planning costs for these later phases should be deferred until the details of the bleacher projects are really solidified. I believe that the $3.4 million budget proposed per our district's motion still includes $175,000 in project planning costs and keeps the immediate focus on this important first phase of the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry Orfis to be followed by Kim Fiorello. Let me announce the vote on the motion to eliminate the propane $200,000. Those in favor, 118, opposed 67, abstaining 0. That motion has carried.
Henry Orfis, District 7. I'm asking you to support the motion made by District 7 to cut this money from the budget. Had this been very, very fully described to our district, had I been fully aware of it, I may not be standing here asking for this. And certainly some people are quite well aware of it. In my view, and the view of many others in our district, it was not very well presented to members of our district. I do not know what our constituents think about it. It is a major project in our district, and I would suggest that if this was in your district, what would you do? Would you go ahead and move forward by getting the ball rolling on a significant project before you knew exactly what was involved and how your constituents felt about it? Or would you tap the brakes a bit, make sure that you had full information and you could check with your constituents as to what they thought, and then if they're in favor of it, go ahead and vote for it? I don't think that deferring this is going to make a significant difference, deferring this $500,000. I urge you to support it and give the representatives from District 7 time to fully consider it. Thank you.
Kim Fiorello to be followed by Miriam Cruiser.
Hi, Kimberly Fiorello. Years ago, my husband and I fell in love with an old house on the street where George Bush grew up. And we were drawn to Greenwich for its wonderful feeling of unique and distinct neighborhoods under the umbrella of a well-run Greenwich town. And I was delighted to be elected to represent my neighbors and my neighborhood. And as a family, we strongly support both public and private schools that educate your kids and mine. And great public schools have changed my life. But now I am faced with a dilemma. Greenwich Public School wants to spend between $750 million and $1 billion on school buildings, and I support schools and academic excellence in our town. The Board of Ed is asking me and you to start their capital spending plan, and tonight they are asking for money to start 2 projects, Cardinal Stadium and the Media Center at the high school. Total cost is more than $60 million. That's more than MESA project. That's more than building the brand new Newham and Glenville elementary schools. Meanwhile, many of the residents of District 7, whom I represent, are not fully aware of the details of the stadium expansion that builds a new roads, new parking lots, new intersections, and a new field house. And questions or concerns are being raised now, and you can imagine the uncertainty they feel about their neighborhood. But isn't it better if we had buy-in and enthusiasm from the neighbors, if they felt good about what the school's building, and if they fully understood what was happening, and they felt that their interests and their valid concerns of all the parties had been taken into consideration? I think there's a solution for this dilemma. I like the solution of approving the home bleachers the visitor bleachers, the bathrooms, the lights at Cardinal Field. This is a priority for our athletes and students. So let's approve Phase 1 tonight. But I also like the solution of pausing on Phase 2. Let's hear from the neighbors that we haven't heard from. Let's get buy-in from the entire District 7 and our entire community. We need to know more about the $1 billion Board of Ed capital plan. And let's wait to hear from everyone and get genuine buy-in before approving funds for architect and engineer the project.
30 seconds.
We can have a win-win tonight. Support our student athletes now and support our neighbors at the same time. Support Phase 1 and support pausing Phase 2 until a future date when we have more buy-in. Please support District 7. We'd do the same for you if this was happening in your backyard. Thank you.
Miriam Cruiser to be followed by Ed Dudakis.
Hello, fellow RTM members. Just very quickly to address the questions with regards to the neighbors. When this motion came up within District 7, I quite frankly wasn't sure how to vote because I hadn't heard from the neighbors. I voted with the students, with the parents of the students, because I know there's general consensus from parents of high school students that Cardinal Stadium needs to get done. So after the meeting, I did reach out to neighbors. I have a number of friends and acquaintances on Hillside who will be most immediately affected, and I did reach out to Old Church Street as well. As you can imagine, it's not unanimous. There are always views. There are particular views about turnaround times of meetings and neighbors being aware of when meetings are happening. But there was a general view that the neighbors did know what was happening and that they were supportive. And I'll give you a couple of quotes. I personally want a second form of egress for Greenwich High School, which obviously reduces the pressure on Hillside Road, but is a legitimate benefit for security. That school has such a huge population and should have a second outlet. On campus, parking and traffic flow in the later stages is a serious upgrade for all of us, parents and neighbors, including a circle for parent pickup. Another opinion. My opinion only, from a Hillside perspective, anything that could potentially include Route 1 access to Greenwich High School instead of Hillside would be amazing. These are neighbors that have been complaining about the high school for years. They're excited about Phase 2, at least the ones that I've heard, and these were, I reached out to 5, and there were 4 that came back, and again, the one on Old Church said, I'd love to see the two sides figure out a way to sit down and rewrite the agreement with neighbors, allowing for concessions on both sides. But as to the scoping, i.e. of Phase 2, I'm comfortable with the budget supporting the move forward. So you'll see here that at least in terms of what the immediate neighbors think, this is a pro-positive for them. And so I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that.
Ed Dudakis to be followed by Rob Pirelli-Minetti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, members of the town meeting. I actually hadn't been paying close enough attention to this because I am fully supportive of Cardinal Stadium, and the motion to delete has absolutely nothing to do with slowing down the progress at Cardinal Stadium. What this motion to delete has to do is an entire redesign of the high school property in terms of parking and ingress and egress. And bringing a road directly out on the post road. My phone blew up yesterday about 10 p.m. from a number of people on Mallard Drive and Anderson Ridge in Millbrook, very, very concerned about this road being added on the post road where already there is an enormous amount of traffic. Unlike the other speaker, the people who called me did not know anything about this. They wanted more information. We have been very good neighbors for the high school. We support a lot of what they do, and obviously we expect reciprocal good neighborship from the high school. I had a good chance to talk with Chairman Bernstein this evening, and he said, well, we've had some meetings that the neighbors were invited to. I, of course, never got an invitation. The people who called me never got an invitation. So this is a big, huge project to change the flow of traffic in downtown Greenwich. And I think what we've all been focusing on, and what I've been focusing on, is fixing Cardinal Stadium, and I'm all for that, and I think you guys are too. But let's delete this $500,000. Let's really look at what we're doing with this thing, and let's make the decision in a more appropriate manner with some input from the people who live in the area. Thank you.
Rob Pirelli Minetti, to be followed by Karen Hirsch.
Hi, I'm up here a lot tonight. I would urge you to support District 7's cut. This is a project to fix Cardinal Stadium. I don't think anybody has an objection to that. You know, everybody wants to see the stadium fixed and properly done. The $3.4 million would appear to do that. I think that the biggest problem is the notion that they're going to put in the Phase 2 design now. And I don't know any time in this town where we've had a project where we've paid for the design work and then gone ahead and stopped it. So if you vote to keep that Phase 2 design work in, just assume that you're voting for the whole additional $20-odd million. That's always the way it works. This is the camel's nose under the tent. I would strongly urge you to support this, because the other thing that nobody's talked about is that any time you do anything on the Greenwich High School campus, again, we will have serious environmental questions, and there will be expensive environmental cleanup. We can apparently do most of Phase 1 without significant additional environmental issues, but Phases 2 and 3, especially relocating the tennis courts and some of these other things, will likely result in, again, substantial environmental cleanup costs. And we won't be in control of the timing of projects because the DEEP, which is the Department of Environmental Protection in Connecticut, and the EPA will control that. Anything we do on the high school campus is going to be subject to approval from the environmental groups, environmental agencies with whom we deal. So it seems to me to make no sense to approve money for an additional design phase that's attendant with many risks until we've had a chance to really consider it in the context of the entire Board of Education master plan. Thank you.
Karen Hirsch, to be followed by Tom Agresta.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator and members of the RTM. My name is Karen Hirsch, President of the Greenwich PTA Council, and with me is First VP Cricket Diamond. We're here to speak in opposition of the motion from District 7 to reduce the funding for the Cardinal Field Improvement Plan by $500,000. Council supports the funding necessary to complete Phase 1 and the full funding to begin planning, preliminary design, engineering, and site work needed for Phases 2 and 3. As you know, Cardinal Stadium is used for more than just GHS sports. For example, every GHS student will walk the field and graduate there. The town rents our school fields and Cardinal Stadium out to other town sports programs, and the running track is open to all residents when the school is not in session. There's no question that funding is needed to replace the now condemned bleachers, and the stadium bleachers and press box need to meet current codes and to be ADA accessible. The stadium also truly needs bathrooms and changing facilities on site. A secondary egress and exit to the high school campus is also necessary and a key element in providing an improved traffic flow, increased security, and life safety for our students and surrounding neighbors. The plan allows for an increase in parking for spaces on campus, thus relieving the pressure on adjacent public residential streets. All of these issues, solutions, and plans were discussed at countless public meetings last year, shared online and in the newspaper, and many opportunities were given for public input. This should come as no surprise to anyone. Council believes it's necessary to approve budgets that truly meet the needs of our students in our district. The Board of Education's operating and capital budgets represent necessary spending and investments and are fiscally responsible. We believe any cuts to these budgets, including the cut to the Cardinal Stadium plan, would be imprudent and would negatively impact the students of GPS and the surrounding neighbors. The strength of our excellent education system and the quality of our facilities contributes directly to the strength of our town's preeminent reputation. We urge you to reject the motion to reduce the funding for Cardinal Stadium and to urge you to vote in support of the Board of Education's operating and capital budgets with no reductions, and to fully fund already approved and ongoing education-related capital efforts. Thank you.
Tom Agresta to be followed by Susan Fahey.
I've said before, I think we have probably the best high school and school district in the state, regardless of what the magazine said. I've had students go through the high school. They've been on sports teams. I've traveled to almost every FCIAC high school, and I've been to many in the rest of the state as well. We have a problem with this stadium. There are three main pieces in our stadium. It's the seats, the field, and the track. We are the only track in the world that's 440 yards. We have not been running yards for over 30 years. Every other track has 400 meters. This plan ignored the track, said they will not fix the track. Yet our girls track team and our boys track team practice in the winter and they practice in the spring. They are the two largest teams in the school. We also have, I gotta read this. You're allowed, our team is also a Special Olympics unified sports team. None of the other teams are. And yet we're gonna ignore the track. You must not go forward with this. You must vote this down, or you must vote for the cut because we have to fix the track and we have to make it right. The whole world runs 400 meters, not 440. Wilton High School has a 400-meter track. Darien, Danbury, Stanford has two, in West Hills and in Stanford High School. New Canaan, even little tiny Weston has a 400-meter track. We should not go forward. We have to do right by our students and even our track guys. I'm sorry they're not football players or lacrosse players, so I love those sports. But these guys deserve a 400-meter track. Thank you.
Susan Fahey to be followed by Peter Bernstein.
Hello, everyone. My name is Susan Fahey, and I am the chair of District 11, but more importantly tonight, I am the secretary of the Education Committee and a tenured member of the Education Committee. But additionally, since March 2016, I am, for all of you, the RTM appointed rep to the Stadium Refurbishment Committee, who has met roughly once or twice a month for the last 3 years. Our first task was to address desperate needs at the high school with failing bleachers since 2012, bathrooms which we do not have, team rooms which we do not have, a press box that is falling down, and handicap access. There is no access to our stadium. There's no access to our bleachers. There's no access to our press box. And there's really pathetic handicap porta potty. Well, I have a great deal of respect for my fellow District 7 members. I found it difficult to believe that they were cutting money from the A&E budget for phases 2 and 3 of Plan B. It was shared to me by some of my District 7 friends that the rationale was because they had not heard about the project and when unsure if their constituents in their district had the opportunity to weigh in to hear the details of the project. I can promise you we held many, many, many nighttime stakeholder meetings and constituent meetings. Bill Efros was there, all of Hillside was there, all of Old Church was there, and even to Mr. Dudakis' comments, there were people there from Mallard. Yes, there were difference of opinions. Hillside was much in favor of it because of the egress onto Route 1. There were some concerns by the people of Mallard of traffic, which we have 2 traffic studies being done. And there's a lot of comments that were made tonight. Phase 1 does not include bathrooms. Phase 1 does not include team rooms. Phase 1 does not include handicap access or parking behind the bleachers. Phase 1 is the bleachers and the press box. So when you start cutting the A&E money for plans for Plan B, phases 2 and 3, you're cutting the very things that need to be done. We had stakeholders from GYL, GFFL, GSA, every not-for-profit sports team at the junior athletic level. We've had people come in from the private foundations to see if we could raise private funding. This has been on the front page of the Greenwich Times with big color pictures 3 times. So when people say they don't know it, I'm just shocked. Like, do you not get the paper and you're an RTM member? Then look online. It's free. Anyway, I wasn't going to speak out tonight, but as your representative, I felt I had to. The only thing that's being looked at for right now is under the bleachers, if we can eventually put the stanchions in a place that will have receptacles, thanks Tom, receptacles to hold team rooms and bathrooms. We will also look at, with these plans, conduits for electrical and water. It is ridiculous to cut it at this phase. I'm sorry if you didn't come to speak. We were there. I was there a lot. So there's a lot of misnomers tonight, and I hope you will not cut the $500,000. Thank you.
Peter Bernstein, Chair of the Board of Education.
Mr. Moderator, members of the RTM, I stand obviously in opposition to this motion. Let me take you in the time machine. The Board of Ed actually requested money to fund a study of the stadium and the bleachers for the 2016-2017 budget. It actually never made it to you. Okay, had we done that, then we might not be having this conversation tonight. We did get money in the subsequent years, a little bit of money that got us to the point where we are today. As Susan mentioned, there's been a committee for over 3 years trying to move forward with this. The main goals, obviously, Susan mentioned already. I'm not going to review them. But to get buy-in, we did hold hearings. We did publicize those hearings. It really was in the paper, at multiple meetings, at our meetings, at committee meetings, which are posted in the public meetings. Also, we've been before the BET several times talking about this project. This is not something that's been done in the dark. This is something that's been done out in the open, seeking a lot of input. And that input is not done. What the Board of Ed has done is vote on a design concept. That work is by no means complete. There will be further opportunity for comment on this item, both at the committee level, at our board meetings, and then as we move it forward to both the BET and to the RTM. So this is not a complete package because the work is not done yet. The safety and security issue for the road. These are things I hate talking about in a public forum because some of them are just uncomfortable to talk about. But quite frankly, I'll focus on the traffic because I think we all know what the post road looks like in the morning and at dismissal. Part of that is the backup onto Hillside. There is a flow problem. In and out of the high school, you basically have one entrance and one exit. It's the same. Okay, so you have people turning into the same spot and coming out of the same spot. Something we need to alleviate. We've met with the chief of police. I know that they've talked to the fire department. It's just something that needs to be addressed for the high school for the long term. We do want to alleviate that. There's plans in here also to alleviate some of the parking congestion. That is a concern of the neighbors. We've heard that time and time again. This actually was not going to be a phased project like this. We had 2 phases when we first brought it forward to the BET. After further discussions with them, this was phased out to a three-year phased project with the thinking that not everything could be accomplished all in 1 year. But we would not be before you for 3 phases if it weren't for that discussion. Now, we've moved this forward. The design is still going to keep moving forward. If you start chipping away at the future development money, basically, you're either going to slow or kill the project. As Susan mentioned, this doesn't include team rooms. It doesn't include bathrooms. It doesn't include any of the other design elements, getting that handicapped access. What she didn't tell you is if you have a handicap and you need to get to the stadium, for a football game, they run a golf cart from the parking lot, and they run it over the same bridge that pedestrians cross. For other sporting events, they don't run the golf cart. So there's really no way for you to get to the into the stadium and onto the bleachers. That's something we need to address, and we really need to be cognizant of that. This has been a priority for the entire community. It's not just about athletes. Everybody at Greenwich High School will graduate from Cardinal Stadium. So whether you play sports or you don't play sports, that stadium is used by everybody in the high school. Additionally, we rent the facility out through the Parks and Rec Department. Some youth leagues are playing there every weekend. Drive by, you'll see it. So it's not just a small little sports community. This isn't about football, by the way. We have male and female soccer. We have male and female field hockey. We have a lot of other people that are using that facility. Basically, we do believe that this is the right path to move forward. There were other plans, by the way. There was a really cheap, let's put some aluminum bleachers up plan, and there was a larger plan that did include a field house. The plan that we're trying to move forward with the design does not include a field house. We're not building the Dallas Cowboys Stadium. We're actually trying to design a stadium that's useful for our community. And environmental issues were also mentioned. So in, I believe, 2012, that area was actually tested, and the results did not show the same type of contaminants seen at other portions of the high school. Basically, they used to spray the grass fields with pesticide. That's what you would expect on most of the fields in town. We stopped using those, I can't remember how many years ago, but they do reside in the soil. That's everywhere, by the way. And if you have used them on your lawn, guess what? They're still there. What I would ask is that you, and we will need approval from the state to move forward with this, but it's an approval. It's not a full and complete review because we've done some of this work already. So I would ask that you oppose this motion and allow us to move forward with the phase 1 and then begin design in phase 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the district chairs please mark your voting cards? District 7, motion to reduce code 680 956 20168 Cardinal Stadium improvement by $500,000. That would cut it down to $3.4 million. If you are in favor of taking $500,000 out of that account, you vote yes in support of the District 7 motion. If you are opposed to taking any money out, you vote no. While you are voting, we will continue with the business of the meeting. We are now on page 15. 701, Greenwich Library. 801, Parks and Rec Administration. 812, Parks and Rec Organized Recreation. 816, Dorothy Hamill Rink. 822, Parks, Playgrounds and Fields. 829, Trees. 832, Marine Maintenance. 833, Beaches. 834, Harbors and Boating Facilities. 999, Fixed Charges. Page 16, Sewer Maintenance Fund. 361, Sewer Maintenance. And 361, Sewer Improvement. Page 17, 450, Nathaniel Witherell. 670, School Lunch. 219, Parking Services. 318, DPW Highway Traffic Engineering. 317, Highway Parking. 824, Griff Harris Golf Course. 131, Other Post-Employment Benefits. 131, Retirement. 187, Shellfish Commission, and 834, Harbor Management Commission. That brings us to the end of the line items in the budget. We do have a vote that is still pending, but at this point, I will take up any motions directed to the budget resolution language. Doug Wells, Chair of our Legislative and Rules Committee.
Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, we took up the budget and bonding resolutions last Monday evening. We had Beth Crummock with us to go through the resolutions. Any changes in the resolutions from last year are in bold cap. We reviewed the new resolutions, and the only one we made any changes to is Resolution 43. If you look at that, it's a resolution concerning Board of Ed grants received from the federal government of the state of Connecticut. And it refers to 3 programs which are lettered A, B, and C respectively. And then there's a subparagraph D which talks about the money becoming an appropriation. It didn't make logical sense to have a paragraph D because it modifies the 3 paragraphs above it. So the change we made was to, at the end of subparagraph A, we deleted the word and. At the end of subparagraph B, we deleted the period and put in its place a semicolon and inserted the word and then in paragraph D, we deleted the parentheses D, so that's a standalone paragraph. So I so move.
All right. That being offered on behalf of our Legislative and Rules Committee, it does not require a second. Is there any objection to those changes? Do they need to be reread? All right. That motion to amend may be adopted upon unanimous consent. Anything further?
Just that the budget resolutions as well as the bonding resolutions, we took a vote as to legal order as amended in paragraph 43, 1200.
All right, thank you. We will await the result of, so that's it.
No.
Mr. Crowley,
Yep.
Manetti, what do you got?
Yeah, the Finance Committee would like to offer a motion to amend Budget Resolution 44 sub I. This deals with the Board of Education accepting gifts. The last sentence currently requires the Board of Education shall submit to the Controller and the Board of Estimate and Taxation an annual report itemizing these grants. And the Finance Committee voted to add the words "and the representative town meeting," so that it would now read, the Board of Education shall submit to the Controller, the Board of Estimate and Taxation, and the representative town meeting an annual report itemizing these grants. This was passed 10-0-0 with
All
two
right.
districts absent.
Again, does not require a second. Any objection to that motion to amend? Hearing none, that may be adopted upon unanimous consent. Any further motions addressed to the budget resolution? All right, so what we will do when we get the result of the pending vote, we will then take a vote on the budget and the budget resolutions, the line items and the budget resolutions that would be through page 35 of the document we are dealing with. As I said, we are required to adopt a budget by May 15th. So that's going to be the budget. Then we have two bonding resolutions. I'm not hearing any effort to turn these down, so rather than take two separate votes, my proposal would be to take one vote on the two bonding resolutions. Do they need to be amended? All right, so we're going to have to await the result of this vote. We will amend the numbers. As I said, any bonding resolution must be approved by a majority of the membership of the RTM, which is 116 members. So I ask everyone to please await the end of the meeting for that bonding resolution vote. We have the result of the vote on the District 7 motion to reduce the Cardinal Stadium appropriation by $500,000. Those in favor, 68. Opposed, 113. Abstaining, 2. That motion has failed. All right. Can we go ahead and vote on everything up to the budget resolution, Mr. Geiger? We'll do the budget resolution. All right, we are now ready to take our final two votes. First, I would ask the district chairs to mark your voting cards. Budget for fiscal year 2018-2019, as amended tonight. Oh. Yes. All right. Budget for fiscal year 2019-2020, as amended. And we're going to take that vote first. As I explained earlier, we are required to adopt a budget. If there was a majority no vote, we would not have adopted a budget, and the recommended budget from the BET would take effect pursuant to our town charter. So If you vote no, then you are flirting with that possibility. So I ask the district chairs to please poll your delegation on the annual budget for fiscal year 2019-2020. I will call for a vote on the bonding resolutions shortly. All right, I'm now going to call for final vote. This is on the two bonding resolutions. One is for a portion of the capital budget. We are amending that, so we deleted $300,000 that was covered by this bonding resolution, so the new revised number is $43,004,000. So that first bonding resolution has been reduced by $300,000 to $43,004,000. The sewage system bonding resolution remains unchanged. I will now ask the district chairs to please mark your voting cards. Bonding resolutions for capital budget and sewage system, and proceed to poll your delegation. As I said, these can only be approved by a minimum vote of 116 members. As we approach the end of another budget meeting, I want to extend the sincere thanks of the RTM to our finance department, our Comptroller Peter Lenarski, and the budget director Roland Geiger. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, I have the result of the vote on the budget as amended for fiscal year 2019-2020. Those in favor, 149, opposed 30, abstaining 2. The budget has been adopted. We are awaiting the result on the final bonding resolution votes. We have the result of the vote on the bonding resolutions. Those in favor, 163, opposed 12, abstaining 2. Bonding resolutions have carried. That being the conclusion of our budget meeting tonight, I thank you all for coming. Meeting stands adjourned. Have a safe trip home.